Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. last mala. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. May all the disease in the cell and mind, the setting beings, that is from karma interpretations, that the harm of grass, as illness and buddhas, that the cure in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering the art from light attracting diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror it, not the cure in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases. The mere sounds were named terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by 8 endowed classes of interferers, 306 evils burst harm suddenly in the form 24 diseases and so forth. And may whatever suffering the art to the four elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness be totally pacified. And may the mind and body have great easing power, be down with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protection guardians, and by the power of the Akinis, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protection guardians, and by the power of the truth and availability of karma results, may all dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then still there's some time before dedication, so we can recite a few malas of the Tar mantra. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Som Tare Tutare Som Tare. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som 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 Tare. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare. Om Tare Tutare Tura Som Tare. So, and then we can dedicate those positive merits. You can think, Venerable Damsho is joining next to me.
Hello.
You will be taking over.
Sorry.
So, I see myself on both screens.
It's quite confusing.
You know, it's broadcast all over the world. Okay, so we can dedicate. Dagi chine kepa kebari tendran rova kimla jampendan kepa jutsan latsan drakpai tingpo nipo rendi soze chukarari rawe kawe simkande pendan deva malu chungwene Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team Tu Zhang Jing Zhang Gung Gelwei Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer Jok Su Pur Vele Mun Tu Dru Bahadak So Du Jegan Du Jaten Shu Yang Su Sen So Rinpoche Ma Ke Pa Nam Ge Gu Chi Ke Ma Nyam Pa Me Pa I Ko Ne Gong Du Mel Ba Shu Do Ne Da Wa Rinpoche Ma Ke Pa Nam Ge Gu Chi Ke Ma Nyam Pa Me Pa Yan Go Ne Gong Du Mel Ba Shu. Throughout the future lifetimes, we always be guided by our Manju's stream, be able to uphold the Dharma in general and teaching on the penetration in particular, even at the cost of one life. As long as space remains, as long as transmigoric beings remain, until then, may you too remain, dispel the sufferings of transmigoric beings. Never be separated from gurus in all our lives. In our lives, may we never be separated from perfect gurus. May know the magnificent Dharma. By completing the quality states of the path, may you quickly attain the states of Vajradhara. So, just show you a little. Here with the both of us.
Hello.
In a small gompa. I'm signing off. Then I will dump show. And
Yes.
I will mute myself, otherwise we get.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
Otherwise you get an echo.
I was just wondering why there was music on. Actually, I must have pressed the button. Anyway, hold on. Oh, it's gone. Good.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm hearing myself here. That is
Yeah.
bizarre.
So.
So there you go. Now I can hear myself and see myself and see us. Well, thank you very much for leading and everyone of the Sangha. I received an email which bothered me a little bit. It bothered me not so much that, that I received that email, but actually that apparently something I said last week caused some misunderstanding.
Okay.
And I wanted to make a public statement. It's nice to also do that in front of a brother, so that it's not just here with you, but also that one of my brothers can hear that as well. I want to make quite clear that these sessions, these prayerathon sessions, are absolutely free to anyone, and we do not charge for that. The Sangha doesn't get any money for it. We do have a little donation link at the base, at the bottom of YouTube, and we sometimes do ask, if you can put a penny in, if you can. Unfortunately, it would appear that my wording last week at one point may have been somewhat unfortunate, because one of our regular listeners misunderstood what I said as, if you can't pay or donate, don't bother. And I was thinking about it because I'm trying to be so careful with my wording. And the only way I can think about it is sometimes, so you sort of rattle on. The only thing, the closest I can think of without going through the videos, is that I said, if you can contribute, that's great. If not, don't bother. And that don't bother or don't worry, that may have been misunderstood as, don't bother turning up. And I do apologize if I caused confusion or upset out there. So I want to make that quite clear. because I don't see us as one of those commercial evangelical channels you get in the States and in other places where they go like, please give us, thousands of dollars or something. That's not what it's about. So really, really, really want to assure you that you are welcome here. That what particularly I think why it struck me hard was because I know that we have people who with everything that's going on in the world really have taken a financial hit, and having been somebody who through my life also experienced tight spots, I would be really the last one to be inclined to say, unless you can pay, don't bother. So I want to make it quite clear out there. You are welcome here. It doesn't matter whether you can donate or not. It's not like buy your way to heaven. It's not like in the old days, unless you have the biggest tomb or anything like that. That's not what it's about. We're here to provide a safe haven, to provide an opportunity for us all to come together and practice together. So I wanted to make that really, really quite clear, and wanted to ensure everyone that if that was understood, I'm absolutely petrified that my wording was so inaccurate. And I wanted you to hear it from the horse's mouth, and that I take feedback very, very serious. And I do welcome it. I'd rather people email me and say, Damjo, and we had that with when we hit the 50th with prayerathon. And I think in one of the newsletters we said, we were celebrating the 50th, and somebody thought that was a bit inadequate, inappropriate given the pandemic. But what we were celebrating was the coming together of all the people, in these difficult times to combat the effects of the pandemic, rather than hooray, so many people have died. So I want to make it absolutely clear once again. If my wording really led you to believe that, then I'm terribly sorry, and I really. I will have a look, but I mean, I did quite a few sessions last week, so maybe my wording at one point was a bit, tired and off. So if it left you with that impression, I really, really apologize. I will make further statements throughout the day, but I want to do one at least in the presence of one of my brothers. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So
clarification.
Yeah, I mean, it's I find it as I said, it's not that I received the feedback that that worries me, because we all make mistakes sometimes, and sometimes wording we think we're accurate, and our thought might say this and this, but when we say something we might miss, or we think we're saying in a jolly way, or in a sort of don't bother when we think the inverted commas, but it's then misunderstood somewhere else. So again, I really, really, really wish to apologize, and if the individual is listening, you know who you are, and I've emailed already back, and I promised I would also make that statement. So here I am. So thank you very much. So please, 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 if please, be here. It's not about, it's just lovely to have the support, and anything else is a bonus. It's not by your way to salvation. Thank you very much. All right.
I pass it on to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And see you after lunch. Yeah. So yeah, it's also quite nice. Yeah. So anyway, where are we? Okay. So that's sorted. I hope. So, but again, I will make, in the follow-up sessions throughout the day, in case there have been misunderstandings. So if you know somebody who heard maybe that as well, do let them know. I was horrified that if I made such a statement, or that my wording was like that. Anyway, thank you very much, Venerable. Okie dokie. Oh, so having that cleared off my chest, and that's sometimes good. So, and I hope you're all assured that we are on the same page. And it's really, maybe we do need to put a little bit in. I have a word with media team so that there can be no misunderstanding when it comes to nations. Maybe we can leave a little footnote to that effect. Anyway, so let me just get everything organized here. So I just wanted to make sure there's nothing left unanswered, and that it? That's it. Just to make sure in case there's feedback coming in. Again, it's good to have the options to sometimes respond to any comments that are being left online. So okay. So if we take just a few moments to take a deep breath. And if we just recite the I read the verses from a few verses from the King of Prayers. Again, it's about why we're here. We wish to ease the suffering, not just of the lower realms, but everywhere, in all sentient beings, to be free from suffering and its causes. And acknowledging the community, and I think this is why this feedback really stuck out with me, because to me it's more important that we come together, with the purity of being here together in prayers, and to benefit one another and other sentient beings. So there shouldn't really be disharmony. So if I cause disharmony with a careless word last time, then I do really apologize, and also that we acknowledge our gurus and teachers, whether they're from the Buddhist tradition or somebody else who inspires you in many ways to act in a virtuous way, and also then bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise. Limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So we top that with the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. If we visualize in the space in front of us our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you have the relevant initiation, then please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And anyone feeling uncomfortable with engaging in deities or visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, In each light being finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. They might be right next to you, the furthest corners of the universe. Wherever they may be, the Guru's light and love and compassion finds them. Light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of our past lifetimes. Cleansing away atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms. Getting rid of all the grime and dirt and taste and stench of past lifetimes. All the negative stuff. Revealing more and more of our pure nature, our Buddha nature. The loving, compassionate side. We recognize that so much suffering has been caused by the actions of body, speech, and mind. Often we have acted out of ignorance, pride, and fear to protect our own interests. Occasionally, our intention may have been right, but we may have used words that were misunderstood or led to being misunderstood by the choice of words, as we just found at the beginning of the session. That's why it's important that we acknowledge that if we have contributed to suffering, that we address it. Not in several lifetimes down the road, but if we know that there's a potential that we may have caused pain and suffering, that we address it there and then. And having acknowledged that we have made mistakes, some intentional, some unintentional, and we ask all sentient beings for forgiveness that we have caused so much suffering and pain. Maybe make the promise that from now on we will do what we can to ensure that we engage only in wholesome actions. And some of it may take time because we're so used to acting a certain way, being programmed for so many lifetimes. So transition may take some time, but our motivation should still remain. We will work towards the benefit of all other sentient beings. We want to work for their happiness and well-being. And we shouldn't be too proud to just brush aside any mistakes we make along the way. We should stand up and say, okay, I made a mistake. What could I have done better? How can I do better next time? How can I avoid making that mistake again? And it may sometimes seem trivial to us. Really? But then think about all the occasions when something was said that we understood a certain way and the pain it has caused us, the offense it may have caused us, and how it may have affected us years down the line. A careless, maybe throwaway remark, spoken in the wrong situation, sometimes misunderstood under certain conditions, but the pain is there nonetheless. And it is with that we need to tread careful. Initially, we may feel we're walking on eggshells. But again, it's like creeping through the house in the middle of the night. The quieter you try to be, the more you disturb people as well. So we need to find a middle way. What's our motivation? What's our intention? Do we think before we speak? Do we speak at times when we should be quiet? Do we sometimes say too much? Do we do too much? Do we do too little? Do we say too little? If we mean the sky is blue, we shouldn't say the cat is green. Then go like, yeah, but you know what I was saying. We assume other people know what we're saying. And we have to remember that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we can benefit. But it's also through the action of body, speech, and mind that we can cause hurt and harm. But maybe a joke to us may be painful to someone else. Let's take a moment just to reflect on that. Again, let's just remind us one of the verses that we recited at the beginning. We always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine. And with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together. Same aspiration and activities. Our aspirations and activities are to be of benefit. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, light radiating from the Guru's heart, body, in all 10 directions. As we said, each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings. And filling them with that unconditional love and purification. And may we be granted the forgiveness by other beings. May we be worthy of the Guru's compassion for what we have done. May we also be in the worthiness of the aspects of other sentient beings, that we have been able to regain trust after we caused so much pain. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Akims. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru and having called upon Mother Sentient beings to join us, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our negative karma is being removed and purified. And as we're being filled continuously with a loving, purifying light nectar, more and more of our nature is revealed, our Buddha nature. We begin to glow atom by atom in the space between those atoms, returning light to the Guru and exchanging ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings who themselves exchange light with the Guru and other beings. We become one with the Guru, become one with one another. We shine brightly for those who still seek their way out of the darkness of samsara. And like a searchlight, we try and find those who wander aimlessly or in confusion through the labyrinths of samsara, so that we may guide them out to a safe place and liberation. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, let's remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Our defiled aspect of body, speech, and mind that has caused suffering. But it also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. The pure aspect that benefits all Mother Sentient beings to the maximum. And in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, mind, and Padma, and combine those in Om. Like a glorious sunrise, may we see ourselves brighten the sky as we break across the horizon in the early hours at dawn, and then rise to the zenith and shine brightly for every being, unconditionally, offering warmth, safety, and hope. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults, having promised to from now on engage in wholesome actions to benefit all other sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, and reciting Mani Mantra, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, ideally at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit all Mother Sentient Beings to the maximum. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise during this practice. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be restored to good health. For the Great Mother Tara to remove any obstacles for those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo to be reborn under favorable conditions in precious human rebirth. For the Great Mother Tara to remove any obstacles for those who suffer hardships by various means, to be given whatever resources are necessary so that they may overcome these hardships and be restored to good health, well-being, and happiness that is free from that suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their family and friends, community, and all sentient beings at large. Maybe also ask the Great Mother Tao to move any obstacles that may otherwise, affect the long life and well-being of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, who advised the Tao recitation in these difficult times. And again, as we visualize Great Mother Tao in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from Tao's body in all 10 directions, again, remember that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we do one full mala of Tara. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Suha. 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 Let's visualize how all obstacles have been removed. We now call upon the guardians to join us, who, despite their appearances in wrathful and ferocious looking form, are here to benefit us, to look after us, to make sure that we're unharmed by our own actions of body, speech, and mind, but also causing harm through these actions to other beings, and also protecting us from outside influences. Maybe be appreciative of their efforts, maybe welcome them as friends and family, and hold them most dear for what they do. If we visualize the dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front, with his feet stretched out, he's holding a Vajra in his right hand and the snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his holy body I admitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And we recite the mantra 7 times. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashir Neganang Taita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Pe Nivashir Neganang Taita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Soha, Vajaped, Padmaswari Ped, Nevashia Neganang Taita, Savaraita, Hana Hana Vajana, Raksha Soha. Vajaped, Padmaswari Ped, Nevashia Neganang Taita, Savaraita, Hana Hana Vajana, Raksha Soha. Vajaped, Padmaswari Ped, Nevashia Neganang Taita, Savaraita, Hana Hana Vajana, Raksha Soha. Vajaped, Padmaswari Ped, Nevashia Neganang Taita, Savaraita, Hana Hana Vajana, Raksha Soha. And Black Manjushri. Nice Black Manjushri with the restful face, 3 eyes, 2 hands. He holds a scripture in his left hand and the sword on the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings. Purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits, dangers, burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And recite the mantra 7 times. Tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam sham tam pepe su ha. Tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam sham tam pepe su ha. Tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam sham tam pepe su ha. Tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam sham tam pepe su ha. Tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su La chakala jakam shantam pepe suha, tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ninga la chakala jakam shantam pepe suha, tam chu chu su dutra su demi su ninga la chakala jakam shantam pepe suha. Having now fully prepared ourselves, maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Let's just check the time. Okay, so if we do 1 recitation per realm, so we have 6 recitations of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, and we combine this with the praises to Supreme Chenrezig. Again, so let's remind ourselves about the 6 realms, the reasons or the conditions why we may end up in one of those realms through the actions of body, speech, and mind, etc. And when we recite the praises, it becomes often quite clear what we tend to see in other people, but we also can quite quickly see that there are aspects in our own behavior that may match those criteria of various realms. And it's a good check to make sure that we, strike a balance, that we're careful, with what we do, what we say, how we act, our motivations. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of the craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings who are afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. I think I noticed that now. May all the disease that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Vashan. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name is therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as storms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the element, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Final round. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings that will have to train pay greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So, dedications. May be dedicated to the well-being of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed into the bardo or about to pass into the bardo be reborn under further conditions, ideally in perfect human rebirth or liberated. May those who suffer from hardships be given whatever resources necessary to be restored to a place of happiness that is free from suffering. And may all sentient beings live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, who through their engagement in receiving and giving teachings and carrying out translations, preserve the Dharma for future generations, and for their kind contributions, especially through this period of prayerathon, for engaging in practices to benefit other sentient beings. May our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit from their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to wonderful lay community who, through their great kindness, of given their expertise, financial support, skill, and encouragement, and emotional and support to the centers, to the practitioners, to ensure that Dharma centers and events can run smoothly and charitable project can flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma. May all their activities be virtuous in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who, if they have done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we benefit from their guidance and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great example of love and compassion for all sentient beings. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with the people in Tibet. May we count our blessings to be alive and in human form at the time of his presence and teachings, so that we may absorb them and learn from them, and may we be guided by them in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind vision has engaged us in the practice of these prayers, and by doing so brought us together closer as a community of global Sangha, but also brought us closer together with everyone following us on YouTube and Zoom, either live or later on as a recording. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from his wisdoms and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayer for His Holiness Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gangri rawe kewe shingam di pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Uche chang jing yang gen gewe tenzing kempel we kun zo dok po tse chok song kewe lek mun tu du. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support throughout the sessions. And if you just joined us because you've fallen on to listen to Venerable Palyang and missed the opening of my session a little while ago, I just wanted to repeat a statement, and it's based on feedback that I received, that apparently something I said was understood in a way that has caused pain, and it was in connection with the donations. Please understand that all we do, all these prayers we do here, are free for everyone to enjoy, partake in, and find comfort in. We do not insist on any donation whatsoever. And unfortunately, in my wording, it may have come across either because I was tired or I didn't watch my wording correctly, but there was interpretation without me really going through the videos from last week, minute by minute, frame by frame, word by word. I just take it as the value, and it doesn't really matter whether I said it exactly that way. The fact is that misunderstanding has taken place, and that has caused suffering. And for that, I can only apologize. You are always welcome here. If you're happy and you can contribute, to the cost of this prayerathon. That's great. You know, be it a penny, be it a pound, it doesn't matter. And if you can only be here only, see, this is, yeah, see, now that makes it sound bad again. See, now I'm watching my wording, and that was good that I actually got this email, and I appreciate feedback. If you're not able to financially contribute, contribution is not always what we can give in monetary terms. Support is also by being here for the Sangha. Support is also for being here for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. We do not want you to stretch your financial situation in any form or shape that is counterproductive to your own. You know, don't put yourself in any situation where, you know, you end up struggling. You know, it's, and I can only apologize if it came across as that you're only welcome if you can contribute to the cost of this prayerathon. That's not how it was meant to be. And I can only apologize that it had been a long day, maybe an unguarded word, maybe an unfortunate phrasing. So having been in a situation myself where years ago, where, you know, certain things were tight, and you know, you suddenly hear this, you know, or it is misunderstood because of something, the way it has been said, or maybe unfortunate wording. You know, so no, you're always welcome here. Please, 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 please accept my apologies for any pain and discomfort I have caused by such wording. It was not my intention, and I hope that over the last 70 or so weeks that we have had, on many of the occasions, I made it quite clear that the service is free for everyone, and you know, I don't want prayerathon to come across as one of those commercial evangelical channels, you know, that exist in parts of the world where they only want you to put, you know, money in. It's not how we work. This is not how we rock here. It's for the benefit of all. And again, I can only apologize if I said something that has caused misunderstanding, and through that misunderstanding has caused pain and suffering. So again, and I will, in the sessions throughout the day that I still have, make further statements of that. So just in case, you know, there are people that haven't heard me say it now. So no, it's also nice to say it in front of fellow Sangha. In this case, we have Venerable Palyang at the beginning, we had Venerable Chöpo, so that it's also quite clear, and it's nice to address these issues head on. And don't be afraid in any form or shape. If there's feedback, you know, to send it in, because that's how we work. That's how we can change. That's how we can be careful. So without further ado, I hand over to Venerable Palyang, who is waiting patiently in the wings.
Good morning. So
How
nice
are you?
to see you, Venerable Damsha. And it's nice to see you still in front of the altar at Namgyal Manda, at the monastery in France. Yeah,
Yes,
right?
yeah. Yes, it's Nalanda, yeah. So yeah.
Yes, Nalanda, right.
Yeah.
I mix up my ends. Right. Yeah. And are you in the middle of any special programs at Nalanda this week?
You mean here, sort of in terms of general? I mean, yeah, of course, we had La Abdushan. I mean, we have the basic program running, and we have the Lamam Cheno running. And yeah, this weekend, of course, for me, it's now prayerathon weekend. And we just did 5 weekends worth of extensive Tara practice, the 100 petal, you know, the 3 hour. If you do it quick, it's 3 hours. So luckily we had somebody who, yeah, it was a lovely practice, but yeah, I mean, luckily somebody who knew how to recite it at a nice pace, because at the end of it, you know you're sitting on the cushion for quite a while. But no, it's a wonderful practice, and it's great that we can do that here.
Good. So here in New York, we are still receiving teachings from Gyalpo Rinpoche. Mm-hmm. We've been every day this week receiving teachings on the Guru Puja, mm-hmm. and those will continue this evening, and then we will actually do the puja with soap tomorrow night.
Oh, wonderful.
So it's very, it's a great blessing to have one of our wonderful teachers locally for this period of time.
You look really, really happy and smiley when you said that. It's great, you know, that it's something that really, you know, lifts your heart and mind. So it's great.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So I will say good morning to all that are on the line, and Venerable Damcha will scurry to get his meal put aside while there's still meal being served at Nalanda. And I am Tenzin Taoyang, and I am, usually I'm going to actually change my name, so it will say also, I am currently in New York City. Very grateful to be here right now. And we do these prayers this morning. All the monks and nuns who come on for this 24 hours, these are on behalf of all sentient beings that may be suffering from the COVID virus, all those families who are caring for them, caregivers, essential workers. May we have vaccines and adequate, excellent space in hospitals. May there be the resources in every country for protection from COVID virus. And this is in every country in this world, and for any sicknesses in this world, in all worlds. We do these prayers at the recommendation of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And a more formal motivation here. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And the second time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite the Mani Mantra for just a couple of minutes. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. And please visualize you are surrounded by all sentient beings, your mother, your father, those you are close to are behind you, those who you don't know or might be a challenge are in front of you, and on the top of all of their heads, the bright light of Chenrezig pouring out nectar and light down into each sentient being, down into themselves. And for us, if we have the empowerment, we can first consider emptiness and then arise as Chenrezig. Or we don't have the empowerment, it's very powerful to picture Chenrezig on the top of our head, just as on the top of the heads of all sentient beings surrounding us. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Now we'll consider one of the Lamrim prayers, a direct meditation on the graduated path, containing all the important meanings by Dorje Changlo Samjimpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the areas intending virtue, in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles until I achieve. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. To continue until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Northbound and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. And I will, during these verses, I will pause between each verse for us to consider it and let it sink in a little bit deeper. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-bound transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the paths of the three types of precious trainings, principal path for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the fixed paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime, this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realization of your body, speech, and mind. And now some verses from Kadampa Geshe Wangri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And from Shanti Deva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, some verses. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they all attain the solid state. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And now we'll move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. First, I'll give a little bit of information, backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, red crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Master Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, which we will do 3 times coming up in a little bit. After which, the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And now the actual prayer. May all of the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Raha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll consider this prayer a second time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its resolve, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so consider the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, third time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power, the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll consider another prayer given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine, and a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. having generated the mind, aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings. You, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations, the assemblies of gurus, guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Churs, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, rain, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truths of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now for some dedication prayers. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. A prayer to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious one. And a prayer, some verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. To always be used by sentient beings, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood. May I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To cherish all sentient beings more than myself. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sadhua's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now I think we have time to consider the verses from Shantideva's prayer extracted from chapter 10 of the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And lastly, we'll feel the merits of all these beautiful prayers and dedications with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And now, so glad to welcome back Venerable Rinpoche. Thank you all for being with us today.
No, thank you for leading yet another beautiful session. Always filled with love and pleasure, love and compassion, and a big smile. It's always lovely to see, and it's very, very welcoming. You know, even sort of if you just see it, you're like, ooh, you know, there's a really, you have this really soothing tone in your voice that I'm sure is well appreciated whoever listens to you. So I know I do. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Venerable Gyalpo, for all.
And enjoy the rest of your teachings this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Oh, so that was our dear sister Venerable Palyang. Always a joy if we have a chance to cross paths at handover, and it's one of those beautiful things. I think with prayerathon that as a community we have grown so much. We've come to grow much closer together, not just as a sangha, but I think also as a community beyond sangha, with everyone joining us on Zoom and YouTube and within our own communities. So one of the benefits of the pandemic, which otherwise has been quite harsh on its impact on so many levels for so many beings, and you know, with the threat to income, social stability, you know, job securities, etc., the environmental impacts, the what you call them now, the service chains, you know, the supply chains. That's what it is. If you also think about all the animals that have come to rely on us, you know, prior to the pandemic, when we went out to feed them at the pond or or on walks, and then when we weren't able to go out, how they're so used to their particular food source, suddenly had to look at other ways of feeding themselves or the animals that were used in context of research for vaccines, etc. Not just with the pandemic, but in other areas. And there's so much in this world that it has been turbulent, and has provided a degree of uncertainty. So it has always been the aim of prayerathon to do what we can to provide some form of safe haven, some form of stability, some form of benefit to those who join us, to the benefit of other sentient beings throughout the times of the pandemic, to make some form of contribution to help. And it's been, through those difficult times that it's been also a time to rejoice that so many have come together around the world, and that some 70 weeks in, we're still here as a community to help ease the suffering around this planet and across the realms. So it's that's something positive that has come out of all this, that as a community we have grown within the practice and made more maybe of an effort to think about the suffering that exists, because it's so widespread. And so maybe we continue to benefit all sentient beings throughout these times ahead, these turbulent times ahead. And while some of the restrictions are being lifted around the world, or have been lifted, in some parts we now face the winters, and of course with that flu and colds and everything else. So we have to see how that contributes now to controlling the pandemic, and or handle the pandemic and control the way we will make sure we find ways of navigating our way through these more vulnerable times. So on that note, let's recite the 3 motivations, so that I like the 3 motivations from the aspect that they're very straightforward. We can recite them in the morning to set our motivation for the day. We can look at lunchtime and see how we performed through the morning, and then retweak and set new parameters maybe for the afternoon. And then in the evening, before we retire, we can look back and decide, okay, how did the morning compare to the afternoon? Where did I improve? What I can tweak? Have I done what I can to be at my maximum potential? Have the actions of my body, speech, and mind be such that I have contributed to benefit other beings? Can I be more mindful with the actions of my body, speech, and mind to avoid any misunderstandings, to avoid harm being caused? So I think it's a very nice and simple way. And also from the wording's point of view, it allows us to consider our starting point. Today, as much as possible, I will engage in. We're not the perfect item. We strive to become perfect. We try to be consistent with our virtuous actions. But if we solely say we must do this today, and we trip up, then we already have to, consider that, if that's what we must have done or should have done, and we didn't do it, have we failed? As much as possible allows that if we make a mistake, we can reset, we can reflect, and we can move on again. It's less punishing, but still motivating. And the more we do virtuous things, the easier they become. Do they become? Good. That's it. Anyway, today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. And if we linger for a moment on this particular line, I benefit in others in whatever way I can. It's important that sometimes we can only give a smile. Sometimes we only can hold a hand. Sometimes we only can look out for a neighbor. Sometimes we can do more. If we had the infrastructure and the financial means as individuals, we maybe could entirely solve the world's hunger issues and inequalities. But again, there are limitations to what our own parameters are, what our own skills are, what our own, resources are. So we mustn't think that only because we can hold somebody's hand when they're feeling down or are dying, that carries less weight than, I don't know, taking a space trip, to show what technology can do. What is more meaningful at the time? It is the motivation that counts. Again, I like often to say, if you see somebody drown but you can't swim, there is no point entering the sea and trying to get to the swimmer 200 meters offshore. It won't do us any good. It won't do that person any good. But what we can do, we might be able to raise the alarm. We might assist, at the beach, because we might have different skills that we can apply. There's so much we can do. So never feel that even if it seems a simple thing to you, to say, oh, I only can do this right now, it's hardly worthwhile. That little thing can mean so much to someone else. I remember when I was working in hospitals, and I was a student then, and it meant so much for to a patient just to be greeted in the morning, a friendly hello. And it seemed bizarre because it seemed such a natural thing that when you meet people in the, as they wake up and you help them, getting ready for the day or with their breakfast, or deal with their dressings or whatever it is you do at the time, that you introduce yourself, that you say hello. It just seemed to me such a simple thing, yet it had such a profound impact on somebody else, just to be acknowledged. And the same is true when we think about this prayerathon. It's great, for you to be here, to join us in this practice. Provide that support. It seems such a simple thing sometimes for us to have on the recording and the videos in the background and go, oh, I listen to this. But what does it do? It sends out positive vibes. What vibes? Vibes, vibrations. You know what I mean. Tipping up on my words here, be a bit careful, because we don't want to cause misunderstandings. And it can mean so much, to the person who's leading the session, for others to know that you engage in these activities and think about sentient beings, wherever they are, and about their suffering that they encounter. And it might well be that we at our own time, are in a situation where we have to face difficulties, but, we are facing difficulties. And yet, by engaging in Just the simple act of acknowledging somebody else's suffering. You know, we can connect on such a different level. To never feel that whatever you can contribute, you know, is not enough. As His Holiness says, if you think you're too small to make an impact, you know, try sleeping with a mosquito. And we all know what that's like. We have the little buzzing that keeps us up all night, wondering whether we're going to get bit. So never feel that what you have to offer is not good enough. Never let anyone tell you it's not good enough. It's the purity of the heart that counts, the purity of our motivation that counts. So may we always, you know, bear that in mind. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with that profound motivation. May visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Okay. Please speed up a tiny bit. You only got another 15 minutes. We visualize our Guru. Get the initiation, feel free to self-generate. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion, and anyone reluctant to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light filled with love and compassion for all beings. We do not discriminate. Light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, right next to us, the furthest corners of the universe. And the purifying light nectar enters their bodies to the crown of their heads, cleansing away all negative karma and delusion of past lifetime. And feeling the purification taking place within our own bodies, and the relief and the rejuvenation that's taking place, and the joy and the bliss that it gives us, being freed from all the karmic dirt, stains, and nasty tastes that our actions of body, speech, and mind have left behind. We look around and see how all other sentient beings are like us, rejoicing in that deep clean, in the purification. And like us, these beings do not wish to be harmed. They don't want to be thought of negatively. They don't want to be spoken about negatively or spoken to negatively. They don't want to be treated nastily and unfairly, just like us. We wish to be happy, healthy, and live long and happy lives, as do all the other sentient beings. Yet we have contributed to the pain and suffering by unguarded thoughts, words, and actions, creating suffering to other beings, sometimes because of our own fears, ignorance, and pride. Sometimes we were unaware that our choice of words, action, or thought has created suffering. But nonetheless, it has. So we ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness for what we have done, and make the pledge that from now on we engage in wholesome action that benefit all mother sentient beings. And we invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking a refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call and have taken refuge. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies. And more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is revealed. And as we're being filled with that purifying light nectar, we begin to glow atom by atom. And returning light back to the Guru and sharing our light, purifying light with all mother sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru and become one with one another. We all become one source of purifying compassion that shines brightly for those who are lost in the darkness of samsaric existence. And like a bright beacon, we give them hope and shine the way out. And like a searchlight, we find those who are wandering aimlessly in the shadows and darkness of samsaric existence and guide them to the safety of liberation. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we again remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Body, speech, and mind that has caused suffering. But we wish to transform our body, speech, and mind into the holy aspect, the beneficial aspect, the pure aspect of the holy beings, the Guru. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine, And once fully pure in body, speech, and mind, that's when we can be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. But that doesn't mean we have to wait until we're in the pure state. We will continue, as we set out with the 3 levels of motivation, to do what we possibly can to be of benefit to all mother sentient beings. Ho mani padme ho mani padme ho mo mani padme ho mo mani padme ho. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Have acknowledged our faults, having asked mother sentient beings for forgiveness, and making the pledge, having made the pledge to engage from now on in actions that are beneficial to our mother sentient beings. Having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings, may we now visualize ourselves as pure, and holding on to that pure state to benefit to benefit all sentient beings to the maximum for as long as we possibly can, ideally minimum the duration for these prayers, if we can, beyond. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We do 3 recitations for the suffering of body, suffering of speech, suffering of the mind. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable condition in the Pure Lands. And if sentient beings have suffered hardships by other means, may they be given whatever resources are necessary to be restored to a place, state of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their families, friends, and sentient beings at large. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms of class, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sign of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of glass, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sign of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of glass, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sign of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, now to the dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all other sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and will be separated from the Dharma in no future lifetimes. And may we be the cause of them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life of our Gurus, who, if they have done so already, may find enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of Mr. 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion for all of us in these turbulent times. May Sonis live a long and healthy life. And maybe one day see him reunited with his people in Tibet, and maybe benefit from his blessed guidance in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind vision and guidance has tasked us with this prayerathon for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life, and all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. I think you long have prayers for Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kewe Shinkam Di Apendan Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Yi Shape Sita Padu Thank you Chi Tuptil Chang Jing Yam Gun Gelwe Ten Jing Gun Pelwe Kun Zodo Pote Chok Song Kewe Lek Moon to Drew Padak Sok Dulje Gun Shapen Show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for joining previous sessions and being here now for any of the other leads, like Venerable Chandru waiting in the wings. Before I hand over, just a quick feedback that I received. There was apparently something I said that was or has led to a misunderstanding with regards to the donations for prayerathon. These donations are entirely voluntary. There is no obligation for you to add to it. If you can, that's great. If you can't, that's fine as well. We're happy for any support you can offer, and support also means being here for the leads, being here for other sentient beings, being here to make sure, you know, you feel comfortable within the practice and being comfortable within this being a safe environment. So yes, there is again, I have to stress, this service is entirely free. The leads do not get any financial gain, receive any financial gain through this, nor does the organization. It is entirely voluntary. So please, you know, if I said something that gave the wrong impression, I do apologize. You're always welcome here. And, you know, it's just nice to know that we have your support, you know, to be here with us, to do these prayers, to have that community. And, you know, we have been going for 70 odd weeks now. And it's just great that we, up to this point, you know, did this without, you know, giving the impression of there are conditions applied. So please, 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 if I caused any misunderstanding, I do apologize for that. So, and without further ado, I hand over to my Nalanda brother, Chandru. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you, and thank you for leading once again. I think he does do a lot of leadings of his sessions, so thank you very much for that.
As one of our supporters once said, what our dear Jeannie, bless her, she said, what else would you do on a Saturday? And she was absolutely spot on, at least in my case.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day. Okay, maybe we can spend again a few moments to re-establish our motivation. And for that we can remember that we do this practice especially due to Lama Zopa advising us to do this practice to pass away with coronavirus. And although things are really looking better now than 1 year ago, more and more people get vaccinated. Here in France, also in Germany and other countries. Most of the population is actually now vaccinated. So with that, even if the virus is still spread, hopefully it gets less severe. And at least with less cases in hospitals and dead cases. But still very difficult situations around the world due to the virus. Might be in Asia or in the United States. There's still quite some difficulties that arise due to the virus. Either people being sick, people still dying from it, or just the inconvenience that we have to face due to the virus. Of course, we all don't like to wear masks. We don't like to keep the distance always like we have to do. Maybe some people still cannot fully work anymore. And from that, all other kinds of suffering arise. maybe we can think about all these circumstances that have arisen. And as all human beings, just as we are, wishing just for happiness and not even the slightest of sufferings. This kind of situation is not easy for anybody. Therefore, we can maybe try to develop some compassion towards all who are influenced by this situation. And especially the people that have been actually sick. Maybe we have been sick ourselves and we know how it feels. Or I think we know, everybody of us knows one person who has been infected and sick by the virus, coming with all the consequences, either having small or bigger symptoms, or just even the mere fact of maybe having to be in quarantine and something like that. Or maybe some people have been severely sick so that they have to go to hospital. And others might have even died. And as we all know how it feels when we are sick ourselves, when we have people in our surrounding that are sick, our family and friends. And we also know how it feels when a loved person dies. It is never easy for friends and family. And of course not for the dying person himself. And maybe we can spend a few moments by thinking of those who have been sick by the virus and those who have died, and develop some compassion, some wish that this suffering may be released. For all sentient beings who have been influenced by the coronavirus. Maybe you can spend a few moments on that. And if you would like, we can extend our mind then towards more sentient beings. There are also a lot of other kind of sicknesses around in the world, due to which people may be even dying. And all of us facing difficult situations in the family, with the friends. But let's not think only about sicknesses, but also extend our mind with compassion and love towards all sentient beings. I think if we can see that within the human realm, a lot of suffering comes from our anger, pride, jealousy, attachment. And all of those problems are rooted in our ignorance that grasps for things, phenomena, and ourselves to exist inherently. Maybe we can spend a few moments to think about how maybe we ourselves and also other sentient beings in this world, especially the human beings, and maybe also those in charge in some countries, are causing really some kind of trouble due to attachment and anger. You can see this around the world. We might see that within our surrounding, within our friends, family, our working place. But especially we can see that maybe in ourselves. How when we get angry, or we get attached to things we ever don't like, or we think we like them. Due to that, problems arise. We might do things, say things that we later regret, and that have negative consequences for ourselves and other sentient beings. And I think we can all bring up easy examples for ourselves so that we can see how destructive anger and attachment and the other afflictions are. Maybe we can spend a few moments to recognize these actually as a problem. That the actions we are doing that are negative are caused by our own mind and especially by our afflictions. And although we want to be happy and we don't want to suffer, still, due to being overpowered by our afflictions, we very often do negative actions with body, speech, and mind. And maybe we can try to develop some understanding that this is a situation that is not beneficial for us, and try to develop some healthy sense of wish to be free from that. And as the negative results that we experience are coming from the causes of our actions and afflictions, and the afflictions come from our root affliction, the ignorance that grasps for inherent existence. It's necessary to identify these causes in order to really abandon the results, the negative results, the suffering results that we experience. And in order to do that, it is necessary to clearly identify the causes of all of that. It might be a bit difficult for now, but at least we can maybe try to think of how our mind is grasping for things we like as being beautiful from the outside, things we don't like appear as ugly from the outside. And we are adhering to that, so that we in that very moment cannot even see that actually the opposite is the case. Or at least that this is not the full picture. And we are at the moment of anger and attachment are not able to see that worse things do not exist in the way they appear to us. Especially our attachment anger are only produced in dependence upon our grasping for things to exist from the outside. Phenomena appear to us in that way, and we are adhering to that, we are grasping for that. When we grasp for especially an inherently existent I or me, and mine, things that I utilize, when we experience things as either pleasant or unpleasant, and we wish to be separated from the unpleasant things, and we wish to be together with things that are seem to pleasant towards us. That comes, of course, from the wish to be happy and that we wish that we don't want to suffer. But this is not the problem. We all have a right to not suffer and to be happy. But we think that due to our grasping for inner existence, we think that objects themselves bring happiness or bring suffering. And due to that appearance and the grasping for that, our own attachment and anger arises, which is based on a verification on the appearance of true existence. And a lack of understanding that things are merely imputed by the mind. In order to avert these causes for suffering, in order to avert our ignorance, we need to apply reasoning to really understand that things do not exist the way they appear to us. And we can do that either by in different ways with diamond splitter arguments, or the arguments of one and different. Especially that if we apply it to ourselves, we can maybe analyze our own 5 aggregates of body, feeling, discrimination, mind, and compositional factors, and check if there's a real I and mind, if there's a real I within those aggregates. Maybe we can check that. neither my aggregates are me, so therefore I'm not my parts, but I'm also not separate or different from my parts. If you have some familiarity with that, you might be able to spend a few moments on that. And yeah, let's try to at least as good as we can, try to think about how the mode of appearance of phenomena, and especially ourselves as persons, are in discordance with the mode of abidance. And in that way we can understand that our afflictions are based on a wrong consciousness, on a wrong understanding of the world. Due to that, our afflictions are impermanent and they don't have a stable base. Therefore, we can really avert them. We can make sure that they do not arise again. Why? Because we can realize the grasping for inner, we can realize the absence of their inherent existence and thereby uproot the root cause for that, our grasping for inherent existence. We might not be able to do that right now, but at least we can try our best to go in these directions. And thereby identifying the causes of our sufferings. And having identified the causes, we can understand that it is really possible to be free of those sufferings. Liberation is possible. And maybe we can in this way try to spend a few moments on seeing how things appear and how things actually exist. If you have some familiarity with reasoning. And see that this causes our afflictions. Those afflictions cause our negative actions, and our negative actions are causing the negative results that we have to experience. And in that way, we can try to identify the causes of suffering and try to get a glimpse of understanding that we can be, due to identifying these causes, free ourselves from these causes. Let's spend a few moments on that. And with a bit of understanding that our suffering arises from causes, and to whatever degree we are able to do that, identifying the causes, we can turn to the side of abandoning these causes. We can hopefully have some understanding that getting rid of this cause of suffering is really possible. We really can make effort to abandon all these negative consequences that arise due to our negative actions and afflictions. And we can achieve a state that is fully free of attachment, anger, pride, jealousy, wrong views, and especially that is free from ignorance. As when we cut our ignorance, like the fire that runs out of fuel, similarly our afflictions run out of fuel of grasping for inner existence. And thereby there are no negative actions anymore accumulated. And from that, we don't create the causes for new negative results. And when we then realize the absence of inner existence directly, in a way that is free of any dualistic appearance, might be the dualistic appearance of inner existence, of object and subject being different entities, or the dualistic appearance of conventionalities. And we realize emptiness directly in that way, we can really start to abandon our ignorance together with their seeds. First on the path of seeing the intellectual acquired ignorance and afflictions, and then gradually, path of meditation, we can also abandon the innate form of grasping for inner existence. And if you have abandoned fully that, then afflictions are not able anymore to arise. Without the arising of afflictions, there won't be negative actions anymore. And from that, no negative results. And in this way, Buddha Shakyamuni was very kind to us to show us that we experience suffering, causes of suffering, but we also have the possibility to free ourselves. He showed us the truth of cessations and the paths leading to that. And when we make an effort and strive for liberation, we can achieve a state that is completely free of those things. And maybe we can spend also a few moments to really try to generate the wish for ourselves, that we want to free ourselves from these afflictions, that we really want to strive in the paths that lead to liberation. And that we try to dedicate our actions toward that goal, especially this practice, And with this kind of wish, when we really strive to abandon our afflictions, we can make our life really meaningful and take the essence of our precious human rebirth. But of course, we are not doing this practice for ourselves alone. How could we go for our own liberation without helping other sentient beings and still keep a clear conscience? As we know that all sentient beings want to be happy and don't want to suffer. But they're the same as we are, under the control of their afflictions, and thereby continuously generating causes for their suffering, just like we are. And also by remembering how those sentient beings have been very kind to us in the past, either by being our relatives, parents, children, in past lives, and thereby having cared for us in every possible way. Only due to their kindness we have a precious human rebirth right now. We can remember also how sentient beings are very kind to us in this life, as everything that we have, that we know, is only due to the kindness of others. Without those kindnesses, we wouldn't have anything to eat, we would have no shelter, we would have no education, we wouldn't even know how to survive. And also in the future, all sentient beings will be very kind towards us. As one of our major problems is not only the grasping for our inner existence, but especially also our self-cherishing mind that thinks that our own happiness and our own freedom of suffering is more important than that of anybody else. And when we think of how much suffering this mental attitude has brought upon us and others, especially in our current state where we are overwhelmed by our afflictions, our self-centered mind really fuels that afflictions and really makes it a strong thing. When we get angry, we don't care about the feelings of the others and we tell them mean things, we are doing mean things. When we encounter things that brings us happiness, we want to keep it for ourselves. Maybe not share it. Hopefully that's not always the case, but I think to some degree we can identify this within ourselves. And maybe by remembering how all sentient beings want to be free of suffering and want to be happy, and how they have been kind towards us, we can remember, we can at least try to develop in the direction of reducing our self-cherishing mind, and instead of that, try to, as good as we can, develop a mind that cherishes others instead. By seeing how ultimately they will be our cause for our own full enlightenment and our own self-centered mind is something we have to abandon to reach that goal. In order to abandon our self-cherishing mind, we need to develop great compassion. And this depends on all and every single sentient being. So just due to the kindness of all sentient beings, we can develop great compassion. How kind is that? And we can just spend a few moments to really develop a genuine understanding of how all sentient beings have been kind towards us. And to develop an understanding on how our own self-centered mind has brought up the suffering. Let's spend a few moments also on that. And when we try to develop a wish that sincerely wants to repay the kindness of all sentient beings, not only those close to us, but also those we have neutral feelings towards, or especially also those we have difficulties to deal with. We might call them enemies or other names. Seeing that their actions that they have maybe done towards us come mainly due to their afflictions and how they are overpowered by them. And we can also develop some compassion towards them. And allowing to develop some compassion. Due to that, we can actually enter the Mahayana path at some point, hopefully, and generate bodhicitta. We wish that wishes for full enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. And this comes about due to the kindness of all those sentient beings. Maybe we can spend a few moments to think about developing great compassion towards all sentient beings equally, not differentiating between those who bring us trouble or those who are close towards us, but try to generate a genuine feeling that everybody is very close to our heart. By remembering that all of us are equally looking for happiness and don't want to suffer, but we are under the control of our afflictions. And with that compassion, we can try to develop a wish that wants to repay their kindness. And the best way to do that is to develop the qualities of a fully enlightened Buddha. As when we try to benefit other sentient beings right now, being under the influence of karma and afflictions ourselves right now, usually what we are doing is not really beneficial, or at least not observed as beneficial, and we don't know how to benefit others actually. Therefore, we need to develop the wonderful qualities of a Buddha. And maybe we can spend a few moments by remembering the qualities of a Buddha, especially Buddha Shakyamuni. His wonderful qualities of mind. His mind sees all phenomena directly. in their conventional and ultimate nature. And he has impartial compassion towards all of us, due to which he engages in spontaneous activities, benefiting us with his wonderful speech, and he teaches the Dharma. And we can also think about the wonderful qualities of the Buddha's body. Thinking about these qualities, we can try to develop a wish that wants to achieve this quality ourselves for the benefit of others. And maybe finally we can spend a few moments also on that. When we can imagine that these wonderful qualities of a Buddha appear in the space in front of us, in the form of a merit field, maybe Buddha Shakyamuni if you want, and his compassionate gaze looks at us with complete acceptance. Surrounding us are all sentient beings in human form. And when we can think that together we can take refuge and start the prayer. So I got carried away a bit, made the prayer a bit too long, the motivation a bit too long. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then, to do one mala of an Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, we can think that in the space in front of us is Chenrezig, and at his heart stands the root mantra on the moon disk. From that, light rays emanate into us, we dissolve into us, and all of us sentient beings. We then purify our negativities and obscurations, and endow us with all wonderful qualities and causes for happiness. And with that visualization in mind, we can do one mala of a mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then we can do the actual prayer maybe 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dark kinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then finally we can do, as His Holiness has suggested, do 1 mala of Tara mantra, which is Tara to Tara to Zoha. And especially think that in the space in front of us we see Tara. Never have a green Tara or any of the other ones. At the start is also a root mantra. Light rays emanate from that into us and all other sentient beings surrounding us in human form, and purifying all negativities, especially all fears. and endowing us with all good qualities. We can do one mala of that. Om Tara to Tara to Azor. Om Tara to Tara to Azor. Om Tara to Azor. And then we can spend the rest minutes to dedicate this positive potential that we have accumulated with this practice. And again, think especially about the people affected by the coronavirus. And, let's dedicate this practice especially for their benefit. And if you would like to, we can especially remember the kindness that has shown around the world due to the virus, the nurses and doctors who are helping to conquer that, and also the kindness of all other human beings who have been helping each other in these difficult times. And dedicate our merits to really pacify this situation. But also, of course, in order to make this Mahayana practice, we want to dedicate this also for our own full enlightenment and for the full enlightenment of all sentient beings. And with that in mind, we can do some dedications. Unfortunately, I can't bring them up on Zoom right now. Sorry for that. But I will use the dedication prayers of Shantideva from the Bodhisattva Avatar. Maybe you know them, but yeah, sorry, I don't have them on Zoom right now. May all beings everywhere, plagued by suffering of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, who speak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. And we can also dedicate this practice especially for the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but also, of course, for the long and healthy life of any other teacher you might think of. May the precious body, mind not yet born arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. Jigten kam depende malu, pa kang le jungwe sampe el yijino. Kadrin zum Thangtong Gyalpo la sura debso touche luen duanju tupsul changjing jam gun gelwe Tenzin kyong palwe kunze dua poze Chuak sum ko hele hegman turo padak suak dulje guntua japten. Okay, especially I'd like to say thank you to Chenrezig Institute to again lead this, to facilitate this practice by offering continuous support for 24 hours a day. We started this, and this every week. I think they do an amazing job, so thank you for that. And it seems that the next person has not yet arrived, so we can. Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello, Vedama Rubina.
Where are you? Nalanda.
I'm at Nalanda Nalanda Monastery. Yes, exactly.
Good, good, good.
Okay.
I'll take over then. Thank you so much. You're very kind.
Okay. Thank you for taking over, and have a wonderful session.
Yes. Hello, everybody. On Zoom. Hello, whoever's here. I mean, on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Venerable Sandru. Okay, people, let's take over. Carry on. This wonderful job we're doing every Saturday. Unbelievable. 24 hours a day. Who knows how much benefit we've had? You know, we don't know, do we? We don't know how much worse it could be if we hadn't been doing these prayers. The power of prayer, who knows? So we continue. Hang on a moment. All right. Just get ourselves settled if we're not settled already. I'm just thinking, why are we doing this? For all the people, particularly all the people with the coronavirus, but of course, everybody who's suffering, which is the whole universe, all the realms of existence, all the sentient beings. So we're going to be visualizing Lama Chenrezig, who's there anyway. Constantly, the Buddhas, that's all they're doing. That's what the job of a Buddha is, to benefit others. And that's all they're doing as long as they can in all the realms of existence. And we're just imagining it, requesting strongly Lama Chenrezig to bless all these people, purify the karma of all the sentient beings. We imagine it and want it. And we create the course to be able to become a Buddha ourselves too in the future. Marvelous. So the Buddha Chenrezig's in the sky in front. He's in the form that's the subtler light body form that you know, that those who realize emptiness, the great bodhisattvas, they can see. We can imagine. One day we will see when our mind is more subtle, more powerful. In the sky, in this aspect, the Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body. This is from Tantra. So looking very radiant, very beautiful in the form of a bodhisattva. This is a peaceful aspect of compassion, loving kindness. Four hands, two in front, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. There used to be such things. And the other two hold aloft either side, holding a lotus in the right hand and a crystal rosary, a lotus in the left hand and a crystal rosary in the right. Very beautiful face. So sweet, so kind. We can imagine. And of course, if we have a spiritual teacher, a lama, a guru, then it is Chenrezig. That is Chenrezig. The Chenrezig is the lama is Chenrezig. And he's in the bodhisattva style, which is like, silken, nice, elegant clothes, sitting full lotus position on a multicolored lotus. And on the multicolored lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, representing wisdom and compassion. Everything's made of light. Everything's beautiful, radiant. Should lift our minds, make us happy. And think of Chenrezig too, these visualizations, these meditations, they're methods for us to become this exactly. So think of Chenrezig as like a mirror image of our own potential. If you want to become a tennis player, you watch Federer, how he plays, and you replicate what he does. That's exactly what we're doing here. And then there are all the sentient beings in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers, the three categories. No fourth category. All the objects of our attachment, the objects of our aversion, and all the 99.999% of the others, the objects of indifference, all the strangers. Friends are those who, by definition, fulfill our attachment's needs. Enemies, by definition, are those who actively don't. And then all the rest, the strangers are those who've done neither. So we feel attachment to the beloveds, aversion to the others, and then indifference and uncaring for the rest. So it's an incredibly self-centered way of seeing the universe, isn't it? And that's how we all do. We take it for granted. The universe, monkeys and dogs, ants, humans, all have their friends, enemies, and strangers, because we all have the three poisons. It's the view of the universe, the way the world sees everybody. So we need to get past this. It's so self-centered. We should be kind of shocked when we realize we see the world like this. So the friends are right in front, the enemies right in front, the friends to the left, and the strangers to the right, and everywhere else, above, below, behind, to the sides, underneath, as far as we can imagine, filling the universe, filling the horizon all the way around. And we see them all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in, but they're all experiencing their own particular sufferings of their own realms. All these suffering sentient beings. So we see white Om at Lama Chenrezig's brow, red Ah at his throat, and a blue Hung at his heart. So now we invite the wisdom beings, all the Buddhas, actually the Chenrezigs in their abodes throughout the universe. So the light goes out from the Hung at the heart. Light goes out, beams go out to all the directions and hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, the actual Chenrezigs, and it all comes and returns with that light, enters into our visualization, and our visualization becomes real. Becomes non-dual, Zahong, Bamho, becomes oneness with all the Chenrezigs of the universe. So we all express this going for refuge, together. Excuse me. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. I'm sorry, I have to cough. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the inner refuge. We all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, the present. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. That's the Buddha as one's guru. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, all the holy beings. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Guru Buddha, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. Oh, what happened there? My light went off. Oh yes, because I'm standing on it. Okay. Here you go. Okay, what happened now? I'm sorry, everybody. Distracting morning. Now my light's gone off completely. I suppose it doesn't matter if you don't see me, does it really? There we go. Doesn't seem to be working properly. Okay, never mind. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately, sending this beams of powerful white light, laser beams of white light coming from the white Om at his brow, entering into our brow, into the brow of every single person suffering directly the coronavirus, and all those suffering indirectly as a result, which is the whole world, you know, the environmental result of it. And purifying this and purifying the causes of all the other suffering that hasn't yet ripened, all the past karmic seeds, the seeds. This is why purification practice is absolutely fundamental to our daily lives. We have to create lots of virtue every second, but we have to purify the karmic seeds that haven't yet ripened. That's the power of the purification practices. And so, of course, we do the 4 opponent powers at the end of the day, but these types of practices, the same thing. We imagine all the seeds that are in our minds of all sentient beings from all the past harm we've done to others with our bodies, and we purify them before they ripen, This is the most intelligent thing. So imagine all of this so happily, all the beings of the universe purified. As we say the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Strongly from our hearts wanting all this to happen as we visualize. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. And now again from our hearts, we recite these verses, have these thoughts, these aspirations, these prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, the karma and its results, but the very fact about doing this marvelous practice, it must bring results. Every thought, every word, every action necessarily brings results. So we should be so delighted. How amazing. So often we think of karma only in negative terms, which is just so destructive, it's kind of like self-pity, oh my God, I'm such a bad person. It's ridiculous. The amount of virtue we have to have created in past lives just to be the person we are this second. It would blow our minds if we realized how much virtue we have created, how much non-killing, how much living in vows, how much really intense practice to have the lives that we've got now. We don't ever think of it, we just think of the negative, which is so silly, so foolish. When we understand karma, we're so delighted to practice day and night. So easy, so effortless, just the thoughts, have good thoughts, positive words, positive actions. It's amazing. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. So now we sing the mantra again. We visualize Lama Chenrezig so happily, so blissfully sending this white light beams to all the sentient beings, particularly those with coronavirus and all those suffering and everybody in general, from his brow to our brows, filling us with this radiant white light, totally purifying all the sickness, our own sickness, and all the sickness of those with pandemic, suffering from the pandemic, all the karmic results from the environment as well, and all the past actions, all the seeds planted in the past but haven't yet ripened, purifying all of this. So happily. We so happily think it. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Chenrezig continues to send the white light as we say these verses again, these aspirations, these thoughts, these prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and so forth, and that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we do the meditation of all the chakras, purifying body, speech, and mind. So Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending from his brow radiant laser beams of white light from the white Om. All the blessings of the body entering into the brows of our brow, and every being in the universe, those particularly suffering from this particular illness, and then all illness, and all the beings in the entire universe, all the realms of existence. This powerful beams entering into their brows, totally purifying all the results of past harming, which is the sickness itself, and other sufferings, as a result of harming with our bodies. And the karmic seeds from the past actions that haven't yet ripened as suffering, sickness and death and all this, all of this powerfully purified by these radiant beams of white light, filling every being in the universe. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani. Om mani padme hum. Imagine all the sentient beings completely purified, bodies full of this blissful white light. Imagine that. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from the red art, his throat, radiant laser beams of red light that enter our throats and the throats of all the beings suffering from coronavirus and all the beings, all the other sicknesses of the body, and all the seeds from the past actions that haven't yet ripened as suffering. All of this, the actions of speech, lying, saying words that aren't true, abusive speech, abusing people, animals, abusing creatures, people talking behind backs, creating so much disharmony, criticizing, one of our favorite activities, I think. And then just meaningless talk, just pouring out the mouth with no meaning, no awareness, just wasting people's lives. These actions of our speech, which of course are done by humans, but all these beings have been humans in the past and have these seeds in their minds. So they're going to ripen as experience similar to the cause, which is those things happening to us. They'll ripen as environmental results, and mainly the speech is the imbalance of all the elements. For example, the environmental result of abusive speech is that you're born in a desert, nothing can grow. All actions have environmental results. So speech is the imbalance. It seems like the imbalance of them. No water where there's necessary, harsh grounds, nothing growing properly, things growing at the wrong time, the elements not working properly, too much heat, too much rain. We can see the world as all the time happening. All of this purified, totally, totally purified, as well as the experiences similar to the cause, which is those things happening to us, the speech, people lying to us, not believing our words, and of course the action similar to the cause, which is the tendency to keep doing it. All of these results, purify all of this so happily. This red light filling all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light, totally purified. Imagine all the actions of speech and all the results, the karmic results, purified. And now Lama Chenrezig sends the blue light, radiant beams of blue light like the sky from the blue hung at his heart, entering the hearts of all of us, instantly filling, instantly annihilating the root cause of all the problems, which is the mind. This is the cause of the body, actions of body and speech, isn't it? The body and speech are just the servants of the mind, that's all. It's important to break down ourselves into these three components in terms of practice. It's very powerful. We tend to think of ourselves just this big lump of me plodding through life. But this is why the first level of practice is body and speech. Then we can begin to control the mind. At least if we can control our speech and our actions of the body, that then helps the mind. And then we can start to work on the mind. So here we imagine now the mind being purified. And which part of the mind? The delusions, the afflictions, the neuroses, and what Buddha has found, this is unique to the Buddha, that these are not at the core of our being. These are adventitious. They're not integral to who that we are. They're not at the core of our being. This is incredible. Should give us so much confidence. Even though we might have lots of anger and fears and delusions at the moment, but we have to know that they're not our true nature. This is very powerful to remember. So this blue light purifies all of them, instantaneously removing the ego grasping that believes in the intrinsic me, the attachment to get what that me wants, the aversion and panic when it doesn't, and all the other dramas of all sentient beings, totally annihilated. All these delusions, full of all this blissful blue light. Oh, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home. Oh, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi. Oh, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home. Oh, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi home, money. Oh, money pemi home, money pemi home, money pemi. Oh, money pemi home. Completely purified, the delusions, imagine, full of this blue light. And now we continue purifying again the sickness, the white light coming from Lama Chenrezig, filling every sentient being, taking away all this physical pain, our own physical pain, and all those with the coronavirus and everybody else, and purifying the past causes, putting atomic bombs on all the past causes, the past seeds, the seeds planted in our mind from past actions, purifying these before they ripen. As we say the verses from our hearts, wanting this to happen. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma in temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And remember the reason for that. Just think of this, even the smallest little suffering overwhelms us. We can't think of anything. So to have a little bit of good health and a little bit of well-being is like a miracle. So what do we do with it? Then we use it. Don't just rest on our laurels. Use it to practice virtue, to be of use to others, to practice developing wisdom. Use it. That's the reason for a perfect human rebirth. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we can meditate on experiencing and receiving all the blessings of body, speech, and mind from Lama Chenrezig, all beings in the universe. So now the white light comes from the brow and fills us completely, but this time fills us with all the blessings of what? Well, even just this body, imagine it to be totally healthy, vibrant, full of life, and unable and not possible to harm a living being. That's the main thing. Think. It's not possible to harm living beings. And only benefit, to think of the power, the potential for this, but not just this, the potential we're receiving, every being is receiving the potential with this white light to be able to manifest when we are Buddhas in countless bodies throughout countless universes to be of benefit to sentient beings. All of this potential, imagine everybody full of this radiant white light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this white light, full of this marvelous potential, healthy, powerful, healthy bodies, and bodies only able to benefit others. So now from the throat, Lama Chenrezig happily sends the red lights, beams, entering into every single being's throat, filling us with perfect speech. This is the most precious gift, the power of speech, such that any sound we utter, good morning, our laugh, hello, how are you, whatever we say will be of benefit to whoever hears us. With the power of speech, even just speaking can calm people's minds, can help them. Just our voice can help them. Imagine this, want this to be of benefit to sentient beings, all the creatures, the animals, the bugs as well, and all beings full of this power. Imagine this red light filling us. And of course, the speech that's able to lead people to enlightenment, this is the greatest one of all, according to their capacity. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of the red light, full of the power of speech, every being in the universe. Now Lama Chenrezig sends the blue beams of light from the blue Hung at his heart, entering our hearts. And this time filling us with, now the delusions have gone, what else is there? The virtues, what else? These are our true nature. All the virtues conventionally are our true nature, you know? And then the wisdom that sees things as they are. All of this is our potential. These states of mind, the imprints of these, the tendencies of these are all in our mind already. We just have to manifest them, grow them, you know, by one, lessening the delusions, and two, growing the virtues. That's the point. That's practice. So imagine full of what? Wisdom that sees things as they are. Therefore, no separation between self and other. Then love, compassion, all the virtues naturally. And only the wish to help others. Spontaneous. And incidentally, the bonus, bliss. This is, you know, what's amazing. Joy, happiness, bliss are the natural state of a virtuous mind. Naturally, natural. It's natural. And that's the way to get happiness, is to practice virtue. That's it. It's almost too simple. We can't believe it. You know? It doesn't come immediately, but we sow the seeds for it. And we just bring our own joy and own happiness. This is the point. Full of this, every being. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. full of all this joy, full of all virtue, full of the blue light. Every being. So now a couple more times our verses, and then we finish. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 36 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we imagine one more time Lama Chenrezig sending all together the three lights, this time achieving our omniscience, removing even the subtlest imprints, and everybody achieving omniscience, everybody becoming Chenrezig. Imagine this, the three together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, all become Chenrezig. See them all turning into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Us too, becoming Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Chenrezig comes, the Lama Chenrezig in front comes and sits above the heads of everybody, dissolving into us, every single one. And all these billions of Chenrezigs from all the directions all come and absorb into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature. Imagine. And then for about a minute, again, just imagine you're expand to fill the universe. Completely blissful, completely clear, compassionate, wise. No thoughts, no thoughts. Vast, blissful. And now we finish thinking how we've been a whole hour, as long as we've been here, every one of us, all you dear people, all you old faithfuls who come every Saturday. Very amazing. So nice to see you all. All those you can't see on YouTube, happy to know you're there. And we just delight, totally delight. This is what dedication means. We think how amazing all these seeds we've planted. May they ripen exactly as we visualized in the future, no matter how long it takes. And are now becoming Chenrezig for the sake of all suffering sentient beings. And may bodhicitta grow and grow in the hearts of all. And may all the holy beings, all those practicing, all the ones who've realized all these things, and all those even practicing these things, may they live long, long lives. The world needs this goodness. All right. There's Venerable Carol, old faithful, all of us old faithful.
Good morning, Venerable Rabina. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye and hello.
Bye. Bye, dear. So nice to see you. Nice to see everyone.
Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. And just always enjoy stepping in after Venerable Rabina, because there's just such a wonderful rejoicing and so much to be grateful for and dedicate. So it's beautiful, beautiful meditations and visualizations. So just recognizing that. And I guess seeing Venerable Rabina made me think about a talk that she gave recently on how everything is a viewpoint. And it brought to mind when we were reciting the prayer, the actual Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, all of those visions, all the frightening things, how, they aren't created from outside. That all comes from our minds. And just remembering that, because I think it's so important. We, in this Western view, are often pushed into this idea of externals and makes us so powerless. So anyway, I just thought we'd begin with a little meditation today, thinking a bit about that and then going into our motivation. So welcome, I'm Carol Jampachutso, coming from San Francisco. So again, Carol, welcome, and Mary and everyone at Chenrezig Institute, thank you so much for doing this. All of the IMI Sangha, everyone at Nalanda, Venerable Damcho, everyone participating around the world. It's so inspiring. And I just rejoice that this has, we've been doing this now for over a year. How amazing. So just beginning with just a sort of centering meditation, letting go of the thoughts, the concerns that might be on your mind, whether it's thinking about going to bed or thinking about what you're going to do today. We're in so many time zones here, but just letting that go, just resting right now, right here for a moment. And check your posture, just making sure that your spine is straight but not stiff. Imagine it's like a stack of coins. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. If we start at the crown of the head, just relax the corners of your eyes. Relax your jaw. Relax your neck muscles, your shoulders. As you exhale, just relax your diaphragm, your chest. And just sink into your cushion or your chair. Just feeling very planted and stable. Then relax your hips, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles. Relax your feet and your toes. Just gently bring the attention to the breath. Just breathing in And breathing out. It's letting go of everything else. And not forcefully, but gently sitting with the breath. And when thoughts and distractions arise, just see them and let them go. Gently bringing the attention back to the breath. Now we can turn our thoughts to our motivation for being here. Some of you have been here already for some time. But for all of us coming to this practice now, just thinking, just as I wish to be free of suffering, so does each and every sentient being. And this is a time of much suffering, just in so many ways, on so many levels. And then remembering what the Buddha taught. That this realm is in the nature of suffering, but that there's a cause of this suffering. And it lies with our delusions, our mistaken view, that there's an end to that suffering, and he taught that end with the path. So in your mind, just think that there is a way out of the suffering, and just making a determination that we want to end the suffering. Of course, we want to end our suffering. And then remembering how each and every being is suffering from our dear family and friends, to all the beings inhabiting this realm with us, humans, animals, insects. And I'm just one in all of these many beings. So working just for myself leaves so many behind, so many in suffering. So thinking, I really must work to actualize the teachings of the Buddha in my mind, to end the suffering, not only of myself, but of each and every sentient being. And the Buddha taught the way to do that through this bodhicitta motivation, this wish to attain enlightenment to benefit each and every sentient being. So just developing this wish in your heart. And just thinking that it's delusion and mistaken view for us to think that everything happens outside the mind, that it happens outside of us, that we have no control. Because the Buddha taught that we have complete control, controlling our minds. And when we're able to control our minds, then we completely control our experiences, our everything in our lives. In fact, we take ourselves beyond the suffering realm by seeing this truth the Buddha taught, this interdependence, this emptiness, this lack of inherent existence. So just allowing yourself to really feel that, to feel empowered, and to think I'm going to do this practice with this mind of bodhicitta, this wish to attain enlightenment to benefit every single sentient being, including myself, all of us. I'm going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, this thought, this motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we're taking refuge with this motivation of bodhicitta, refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. This is the path of the Buddha. So this is really the way. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now just visualizing yourself in a grassy meadow with your friends and family to either side. And then around you in a big circle are all beings in human form, just sitting peacefully, harmoniously. And just imagine this gathering, the beings kind of extend out to the horizon. And in the center of this big, big gathering circle of beings is an aspect of Chenrezig, this embodiment, this Buddha of compassion, white in color, just beautiful and radiant. Just standing in the center, just above the crowns of all beings, of our heads, just looking out at all these beings with immense compassion and caring, really wishing to eliminate the suffering of each and every sentient being. And as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body and enter your crown, crown of each and every sentient being, and begin filling your body, this energy body, but just your essence, essentially, this energy, this subtle body that is you, that is just interdependent or dependent on your aggregates, on the physical body. But just imagine that you become filled with this radiant white light of Chenrezig, this light of compassion. It begins to eliminate your suffering, the suffering of each and every sentient being, filling each of us with compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. So just imagine this radiant light entering your crown. And for a moment, let's just think about all of our negative actions accumulated just in this life. Things maybe we know that we've done just out of delusion, out of emotion in the moment, anger, desire, whatever. Just generate the thought of regret, wishing to purify the results of these actions from this life and maybe countless past lives. But just thinking, imagine it's like I swallowed poison and I want to get this out of my body. So I'm going to apply an antidote now so that I can benefit others, so that I can really realize this path of the Buddha. So just wishing to eliminate all of these negativities. In the first step in eliminating suffering here is to kind of purify, eliminate our propensities for making bad choices, for again following delusion. So just thinking, like as I say this mantra, I'm eliminating all of this poison from my body. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. So now just imagine that all of these negativities have been purified. Generate a thought, wishing not to repeat these negative actions, to refrain from following the delusions as long as we can. Might be a moment, might be a day, but we generate this wish so that we can keep our minds centered on this path, on this bodhicitta. So imagine that Chenrezig happily goes to the crown, manifests multiple bodies, and goes to the crown of each and every sentient being, including your crown, dissolves into light, and just completely fills your body. Just completing this kind of purification, filling your body with this compassionate energy, this wish to eliminate suffering. And just imagine that each and every sentient being has experienced the same thing, all filled with this energy, this white light of Chenrezig. So with this thought of this compassion of Chenrezig, let's again recite this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm just thinking that this prayer might relieve all the sufferings of all sentient beings. So many sufferings caused by the pandemic, people who are ill, people who've died, people who are suffering effects, just it seems every day there there's something more happening in terms of just suffering people, just whether it's political upheaval, whether it's economic turmoil, and just thinking in your mind that this activity, this prayer, you're dedicating to calming that turmoil, to transforming it, to eliminating all of that suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, just think strongly in your mind that you're offering this prayer to eliminate just the suffering in the world by eliminating the delusions, by making our minds susceptible, open to the Buddha's teaching, putting aside our own negativities, our own mistaken view, our own delusions, and that this is happening for each and every sentient being. Just really praying for the same to happen so that we can all, each being, realize this wisdom of the Buddha. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just thinking in this way to fulfill our motivation of bodhicitta, the wish to attain enlightenment, that each and every sentient being might attain that state. Just holding that in our hearts, dedicating in this way. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then just thinking about emptiness. This is what we're talking about when we talk about our clinging to inherent existence. So think samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence. And cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So just taking a moment to remember that everything is a viewpoint. And then thinking to be of benefit to sentient beings like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest. May I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me and all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-fulfilling jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, it's holding in our hearts this dedication to bodhicitta, to achieving enlightenment. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So just holding that thought in our prayers, those prayers in our thoughts, and thinking just to dedicate every single moment and to try to hold on to this wish of bodhicitta every single moment of our lives. So thank you so much. And thank you everyone on YouTube. I forgot about my YouTube people. And Venerable Damcho is here.
Hello, Venerable Carol. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's as you said. Sometimes it's easy, when you sort of deep in thoughts, and you're sort of there's your text, and you work through that, and depending whether you have a second screen or not have a second screen, to either engage or disengage or not engage, and with everyone around, because it's I think that's one of those wonderful phenomena, that because of the tech, we have so much more of a reach. In the Gompa, who's sitting with you.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
Sometimes people put their name up and sometimes they're not, but they're still listening in very carefully. And yeah, it's just, the support just has been wonderful, and it's I always rejoice when I think about that. For best part of 70 weeks, we have maintained. Yes, we have, occasionally sort of a glitch, and, but I think that's just what goes with the territory, and also, seeing the Sangha still contribute with so much joy and energy, and given their time as and when they can, and it's just wonderful. And also always looking when you see that, so many might stay on Zoom or on YouTube or join, particular sessions. And I just think it's wonderful, it's for everyone, joining these sessions. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
And
for making this happen.
Look. You're like a kid in a sweet shop. Well, I want this Dharma. No, I take this one. I want the blue one. I want the green Tara. I want the rainbow nectar.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank
you very much, Venerable Carol. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bless. Let's have a quick look who's with us here. And, hello, Carol. Hello. Wow. Hello, Marie. And Chenrezig Institute. Hello. It's just wonderful to have everyone here and everyone who's joining us on YouTube. It's always a great joy. And it's as I said to Venerable Carol, you never know. When we started, we weren't sure how well it would be supported, with limited Sangha resources, whether we could maintain 24 hours for such a long period of time. And you think like, okay, do we manage to reach out? And we've done so. And it's now such a strong part of our weekly well, routine, practice, whatever you want to call it. It's pandemic is still going on, and we are carrying on, but the way we carry ourselves forward, it's a completely different feel than when we were like, okay, what does it mean until the pandemic subsides? And because we were trying to get used to one another, we were trying to get used to, how we did our practice, maybe compared to the lead before, the lead after, and maybe somebody was had a longer standing, and should we do it more like this? So until we all found our own little ways and feet along the way, and then it's been a great joy to be part of this wonderful project that is Prayerathon. And I'm really, really grateful for everyone involved, be it the leads, be it the people, on the tech side in the offices, our multimedia team, and office doing the communications in other areas, and liaising here and liaising there, and there's so many involved that don't always get the limelight, and of course everyone who's been supporting us, by just being here, and that is an important aspect. And when we think about the 3 levels of motivations today, as much as possible, I'll benefit sentient beings, in whichever way I can. And that's the important bit. We don't always have to overblow what we can do. And it's sometimes the little things that make more of a difference. And we see that in our own daily lives. Just somebody, acknowledging maybe what you do work-wise. You say, oh, that's a nice job. That's maybe a nice layout. Or that's a nice idea. It doesn't always have to be a big thing. It's just sometimes just having that acknowledgement, that we do exist as beings. And, that can change the way we sometimes might go through a difficult patch. And if that's what we can do, without even going into, the power of the prayers that we're saying, then isn't that already a wonderful, wonderful way of coming together as a community, reaching out to those who are struggling, or, who need sort of just a little bit of a safe haven, bit of peace and quiet in this turbulent world that, seems to be at the moment on a roller coaster ride with politics and, natural fluctuations and economies and pandemics and this and that. And of course, in the way it impacts our own lives, right down to, what does that mean to the stability of my life? What does it mean to the stability of my mental health, my financial situation? Will I have a roof over my head? How much can I do? I like to support this and I like to support that, but where do I go? Having this sort of emotional struggle sometimes, or where we have health situations where we have to maybe consider, limitations to what might be coming in the way we live our lives, if it's life changing or life limiting, or even at the end stages. So but it's if we can give that little emotional support just on that level, then we're already doing well. And of course, if through the power of the prayers and the energy that we send out, the inclusiveness, for all sentient beings' welfare. What a wonderful gift to give. So yeah, on that note, you got only. I have to be careful with the word only, because it can be misconstrued. Only, but sometimes you think like, sometimes nice to have that bit more time. But okay, today's half an hour and already 10 minutes in, nearly. So, but yeah, if we again, I only can do this. Well, you'll never forget being on a hospital ward and said good morning to a patient. Just the difference that made to that patient. It was just, and it was such a normal thing for me to just look at it and go, well, what do you mean? Isn't that manners to say good morning to someone, especially when you may be coming to work and you deal with the patient. It's not just a a profile of an illness, or or the pancreas in bed 3, or the broken leg in bed 15, or whatever. We're dealing with people. So I thought that was really odd, that the patient took so much joy just in being, given the daytime. But it's the little things. And it's sometimes also the little things when we're not careful how we say things, and we don't mean it maybe that way, and it might come across as dismissive. We just say, oh, good morning. You can be very jolly and say good morning, welcome morning, or whatever. And it comes across like that. It can be, there's a fine balance, and we need to be mindful that we make clear what our intentions are. Okay, and what are our intentions for this prayer? To help deal with the effects of the pandemic, to ease the suffering that exists, and to help reduce and subside the pandemic in many ways. So if we take a moment, just take a deep breath and reset the mind. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and thoughts of mind. May we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise. Limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. As we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru, the aspect of Chenrezig. Again, feel free to self-generate with the right initiations. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. Anyone from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And anyone, not so keen on visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with passion for all beings. The light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. And feeling the bliss that brings to ourselves and others, may we recognize that we have contributed through careless thoughts, remarks, and actions to the suffering of other beings, and thus to ourselves, having to deal with potential consequences or the return reactions of this. So may we wish for all sentient beings to be freed. May we do whatever we can from now on to engage in action that is wholesome and beneficial to those beings. May we be more mindful of the actions of our body, speech, and mind. So with that thought in mind, we invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the purifying light nectar intensifies as the Guru smiles with joy, and we feel how more and more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed and released, and we fill up with light atom by atom and begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and all beings. We become all one with the Guru, we become one with one another, one source of love and compassion for all, and brightly shining to dispel the misery and darkness of samsaric existence. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you're being filled with that purifying light, and the more light and purification you absorb and release. What was I saying? Sorry. So keep on visualizing how you keep absorbing more and more of the purifying light nectar and purifying yourself more, and actually begin to shine brighter and brighter as you keep reciting these mantras, and how all other sentient beings join us, and how we become all one, and one light, like the sun that shines collectively, but shines for everyone, not just for one being, but for all, giving hope, warmth, comfort, and for navigation purposes, also direction. So let's be like the sun. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani I think acknowledge our faults through body, speech, and mind, the consequences and suffering that has created for other mother sentient beings in ourselves. And we made the pledge to from now on engage in activities that are wholesome and beneficial to mother sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings while reciting the Mani mantra. May we visualize ourselves now as pure. Building onto the pure state, may we prepare ourselves now for the main prayer to benefit all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from all suffering. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or are about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable condition, ideally in pure lands. May those who have been experiencing difficulties through lack of resources be given whatever resources are necessary for them to be freed from that type of suffering and reinstated to a place of safety and happiness and joy that is free of suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends, families, and their communities at large. And before we do the main Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, we recite the praise to the Sublime Chenrezig, again to remind ourselves of the 6th round because of the slight time restriction that we have. I can't read for all the 6 realms in that short session, so we remind ourselves of the 6 realms, being within those 6 realms, what the reasons are for beings to end up in those realms. And again, recognizing as we recite or listen to the words, some of the aspects that we clearly can find, not just in our friends, or particularly those we don't like, but also within our own actions of body, speech, and mind. And being mindful of that, that we may adjust accordingly so that we get the right conditions for at least a precious human rebirth. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, or to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since the beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since the beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stability and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-bell mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of this praying to you, most sublime, by all beings I will have to train, pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So we now recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. We do 10. No, we've got time for 10. With 10 minutes left. So we do 3 recitations, and let's dedicate each recitation. One for the suffering of the body, one for suffering of speech, one for the suffering of the mind, across all the realms as they apply. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all sufferings that are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, being endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians. And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the harms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sudden, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So dedications may be dedicated to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be restored to good health. May those who passed into the bardo or are about to pass into the bardo be reborn under favourable conditions. Those who experience difficulties and suffering by various in various forms be given whatever resources are required to be freed from those. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this and also achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and this in all future lifetimes. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives. May we dedicate to our precious gurus and wish them, if they haven't done so already, to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from the wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. In particular, may we dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a bright beacon of love and compassion to all of us. May we always be in his presence and have access to his teachings in this and all future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for having tasked us with these practices to benefit all other sentient beings. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy lives. May we benefit from his wisdom and guidance in all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these richer sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, which is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness, second time. Gangri rawe kewe jingam di pendang dewa malu jongwen ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Chang Jing Yam Gang Gelwe Tenzing Kempewe Kunzo Do Po Tse Chok Som Kewe Lek Mun Tuju Padak Sok De Jagan Du Shanten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. If you joined me throughout the day, if you joined me in previous sessions, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your continued support of Prayerathon and all the wonderful leads that have been before me and following on from me, to the wonderful tech team and office staff who make it all possible. I would like to make one quick statement. Apparently, in one of last week's weekend sessions, it was a long day, so I do apologize if something I said was misconstrued or came across in a way it was not intended. Apparently, based on an email that I received, and I've been in touch with the individual, and I hope that we have clarified the misunderstanding. But where there's one misunderstanding, there may be many that may not have taken the time to write in. It would appear that I made a comment that in order to really benefit, for you to be part of Prayerathon, it is necessary that you may have to donate. That statement, if I said something to that effect, I can only apologize, because that's not how we roll here. Far from it. For us, it is important that we benefit sentient beings, and any donations that you wish to make, if you can make them, that's great. They're entirely voluntary. We're very happy for anyone to join us, whether you Buddhist, non-Buddhist, whether you, just interested to hear what we're doing. There are no financial obligations for you to take part in this. And we strongly also make efforts to avoid all this, so that we put links in where the texts are free. So if there was any such misunderstanding, more further feel perceived than the email that I received, please accept my apologies for the misunderstanding. And it's clear that we're not here for financial gain in whatever form. We're just happy that you share your experience with us here in prayer. And you're welcome anytime, whatever your financial situation is. We don't really care about that. We just want you to have a wonderful experience, something that you can come to that is welcoming. And I think that's what we placed ourselves on for the last 70 or so weeks. So, but it shows that when we're tired, we might use the wrong wording, and how quickly that can be misconceived in many, many ways. So if I have caused any confusion or any pain by having made such a statement, I can only apologize. And I can promise you that there is no financial obligation here. We're not that kind of organization. So, and without further ado, I want to hand over to Venerable Amy, who's been patiently waiting in the back.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you so much to Chenrezig and the whole tech team and Venerable Damcho for making this possible for us every week. Thank you so much. So I will share my screen. I'm also on a Facebook live feed right now. So I just wanted to welcome everyone. We're going to be starting the practices recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche for COVID-19. Thank you so much. It's lovely to see all of you. Take a moment just to start to set your motivation, and just thinking about how these prayers can disseminate from wherever we are in the world. Incredibly helpful for all the beings around the planet with COVID. May they be healed instantly, and also with other imbalances, body and mind, all the various diseases, may they be eradicated by the virtue of our prayers, or minimized. And those who've recently passed away in the last 49 days of COVID or something else, may they immediately be released from any suffering and quickly take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. I'd especially like to dedicate this to Dan Miles, a dear friend of mine who passed away a few weeks ago, and Chris, who is a close member of the family I'm living with right now. Just take a moment, setting your motivation, helping us to reach that awakened state to benefit all living beings. So it's really for that purpose, to benefit all living beings, that we will engage in these practices right now. The Vajra armor practice. Visualizing, please, in the space in front of you, a few feet in front of you, is a blue-black, dark blue-black Vajrapani. And this is an emanation of divine power, our skillful means. And he's surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire, riding a multi-headed donkey. So imagine him facing you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. And out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, like Garudas and black scorpions and iron pigs and rays of light that represent purification for you. And they disseminate through the entire planet, chasing COVID out, minimizing diseases as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nemba shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe. You can also visualize those light rays are coming over to you, entering your forehead, your throat, your heart, also cleansing you of all pain, all sickness, all imbalances, body and mind. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shik nagan and tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So imagine now, if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. We just blessed our speech with this incredibly strong, powerful mantra. So as you exhale, imagine the purification continues as the exhalation goes up your nostrils. If you have a drink, you can blow on the surface a few times. Again, taking a few sips, feeling that continued purification. Imagine The blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri. This is an emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom. He is standing, and in this form, with his right hand holding a sword over his head that cuts delusion, in this form of Black Manjushri, he purifies disease. So with this similar visualization, please visualize him over top your crown, facing the same direction as you. He's about 6 inches in height. And a similar visualization of signs of purification and light rays coming out of all the pores of his body, disseminating through the whole planet, cleansing the planet of disease, the COVID virus, all pandemics, and also coming down through your crown, cleansing you of all imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om dazo juzo tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om dazo juzo tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om dazo juzo tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo tu tazo tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. So just imagine the Black Manjushri over top your crown slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. Imagine that drop melting into your crown and feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Our next practice, next prayer. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So we'll read this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we're going to recite the mantra of the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum is the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of infinite compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, as we gaze at those of you that can see the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. If you're ever interested in joining us on the Zoom link where you can see the text, you can check with the landofmedicinebuddha.org site or at amymiller.com. The link is there for the Zoom, and you can see all of the practices and things. Otherwise, please recite along with us. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Thank you, Ross, for posting in the Facebook Live so people can look at the practices there. Thank you so much. So kind of you. You're amazing. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Feeling that compassion opening in your heart, we will recite this prayer, the actual prayer. We'll recite this 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our next prayer, pacifying the danger of weapons. So for all of the places around the planet that are war-torn, places with extreme violence, let's send this out to those areas to pacify all of that hostility as quickly as possible. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. One more prayer before our dedications. This is the prayer to a request to pacify the fear of famine. So for all of the places around the country with incredible poverty and people starving and hungry, may this pacify and bring them food, good quality food, as quickly as possible, and an ease to their suffering. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings and of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. May nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. In closing, we will do our dedication prayers. So investing all of our incredible merit that we've created from doing these prayers, positive energy, let's invest it in all the beings on the planet who need additional healing right now. May they have an ease to their suffering immediately. And may they be healed of any imbalances, body and mind. For those who have recently passed away, may they immediately take a good rebirth and get enlightened to benefit all. For the success at all of our Dharma centers and harmony at and among our Dharma centers, great flourishing of these activities, even during the pandemic, which has been so hard for them, that I'd like to dedicate in that way. I'd especially like to dedicate on my prayer list to Geshe Tenli, Ross Lasley, Jody Galt, Joanne Lemson, Venerable Pel Young, Lizzie, Kathleen Rafa, Jean McGarvey, Trish Flaherty, Norma Harris, and Debbie Warner. I'd like to dedicate to those who passed away, like Dan Miles and Chris, for good rebirth. Janju Senchod Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panyam Ke Yurchik, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gon Ne Gon Du Belwar Sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And one of the strongest dedications with emptiness. due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. Continuing on, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra himself. Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best, while the gone beyond victorious ones are the 3 times in order to have good conduct. The long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much, everyone for joining via Zoom and on Facebook Live. Thank you so much. In 1 hour, I'll be leading a 1-hour meditation from 9:30 to 10:30 California time. You can either join me in the Zoom audience, and you can get that link for free. I believe it's on my website or in the landofmedicinebuddha.org if you'd like to join like that, or on Facebook Live. I will try to put it on. Lovely to see all of you. And welcome, Venerables.
Hello, Venerable. Helmi.
Hello, how are you?
How are you?
Lovely to see you.
Yes, I'm Anita Champatashi. I'm staying in Italy. Now I finished my retreat the last week.
Fantastic.
For 1 year.
Oh my goodness. Welcome, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good for you. I rejoice.
I'm back here again.
I rejoice. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you.
I remember you from Lama Tsongkhapa. I remember seeing you there.
Yes, yes.
And
maybe
some
I'm
of the
going to Lama
retreats.
Tsongkhapa 3 months ago. Now I stay here. So slowly, I go back.
And where are you?
Please?
Where are you?
We are.
Where are you now? Where are you living?
Now I stay near to the Volterra.
In Italy?
Yes, in Italy. Near to Siena.
Siena. Okay, near Siena.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful to see you.
50 kilometers to the Pomaya. Yes. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to seeing you next week. Oh, I'm sorry. Next week, I'm not able to do. I have a, you're welcome to join the course I'm doing for Canada. I have a conflict at the same time, so I'm going to give up my spot, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I will be back with you for the COVID practices. And the meditations will be happening 9:30, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye. See you.
Please be well.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Buonasera a tutti. Io reciterò everybody, every good evening, and then I recite it in Italian because my system is in Italy and I prefer recite the prayer in Italian. Yes, and then I'm not going to read the desktop, but I read it on my iPod. Bene, allora cominciamo queste preghiere per connetterci con questa grave problematica del nostro mondo e facciamo in modo che le nostre preghiere siano veramente piene di energia e piene di capacità di poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi per fare questo noi abbiamo bisogno di un grande aiuto ed è per questo che cominciamo con la recitazione del rifugio e bodhicitta, perché tutte le nostre azioni devono essere connesse con la mente, con la generazione della mente dell'illuminazione, perché soltanto attraverso questo noi potremo essere davvero di beneficio agli esseri senzienti e potremo davvero collaborare alla liberazione di tutti gli esseri senzienti dal samsara. Allora andiamo a prendere la parola vacia del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta è conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie. E quindi prima di tutto andiamo a prendere rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti e del Dharmakaya. Ora facciamo una mala del mantra del Buddha della compassione, Buddha Valakritesvara, e poi andiamo a recitare tutta la preghiera. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Andiamo a riprendere la nostra preghiera e facciamola tutte insieme. Spero che l'abbiate anche voi, altrimenti vedremo di condividere lo schermo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti Ghana, dalle malattie, dai Bhuta e dagli elementi e non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e anche da malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati dalla bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 36 spiriti, cioè i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza vi sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che provano il corpo e la mente a ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ripetiamo ancora e faremo questa preghiera per altre 2 volte insieme. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti di Kana, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possano qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e anche malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che provano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere talmente pacificati e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru, dei tre rari supremi, per il potere delle kin, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte identiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ripetiamo ancora una volta insieme. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti Gana, dalle malattie e dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie parzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente e in un solo istante non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru, dei tre rami superiori e per il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possano queste dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Benissimo, adesso facciamo 5 minuti di meditazione sul connetterci con quelle che sono le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Comprendiamo quanto tutti gli esseri, nonostante desiderino la felicità, non riescano ad ottenere questo risultato, ma sono sempre collegati con la sofferenza, perché a causa di questi 5 aggregati, il nostro corpo e tutto quello che ne proviene dalle afflizioni, noi siamo sempre collegati con la sofferenza. Allora meditiamo su questo, riflettiamo bene su come nel samsara sia davvero difficile ottenere soddisfazione, in quanto è totalmente inaffidabile. e quanto sia invece presente sempre l'insoddisfazione. E attraverso la morte, continue rinascite, noi andiamo su e giù per il samsara. E, come dice la sesta delle 6 tipi di sofferenze, rinasceremo ancora, ancora, ancora. E siamo sempre soli, anche se viviamo in una comunità, se molte persone ci vogliono bene, noi sperimentiamo vari tipi di sofferenze. La sofferenza del dolore, la sofferenza del cambiamento, la sofferenza che pervade qualsiasi cosa, detta onnipervasiva. Allora facciamo qualche minuto di meditazione su questo. Riflettiamo su quanto questo esista davvero. Sviluppiamo anche compassione nei nostri confronti, che siamo così intrisi di afflizioni e difficilmente riusciamo ad essere felici. Così tutti gli esseri senzienti. Riflettiamo bene su questo e generiamo compassione nei nostri confronti e nei confronti di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Dopo aver meditato sulla compassione verso tutti gli esseri senzienti, sviluppiamo questa mente che desidera liberarli dalla sofferenza. Generando bodhicitta possiamo davvero essere di loro beneficio. Altrimenti tutte queste saranno mere parole. E dopo aver generato bodhicitta, sviluppiamo la mente che vede correttamente la realtà. Comprendiamo che tutti i fenomeni del mondo sono simili a illusioni e non sono illusioni. Sono due cose in una, così come la verità convenzionale e la verità ultima. Noi non siamo i nostri 5 aggregati e non siamo separati, non siamo diversi, differenti da questi 5 aggregati. Cominciamo a comprendere che le cose sono impermanenti. Quindi meditiamo sulla mancanza di esistenza intrinseca di tutti i fenomeni. Facciamo un bel respiro e comprendiamo quanto sia importante meditare su bodhicitta e meditare sull'acuità. Questi meriti vanno a far sì che le nostre preghiere abbiano un senso, una direzione, altrimenti le preghiere sono davvero, così come dice Buddha Shakyamuni, mere parole e non sono in grado di cambiare nulla, mentre acquisendo i meriti attraverso la meditazione su bodhicitta e vacuità, questo diventa davvero un capitale prezioso che ci permette di essere di beneficio, perché non sono solo parole, è una dedica che poi faremo alla fine, che viene veramente supportata da questi 2 grandi sostegni, la meditazione su bodhicitta e la meditazione sulla vacuità. Questo è davvero importante e genera in noi gioia. Adesso, con questo bel carico di meriti, andiamo a riprendere la nostra preghiera e ripetiamola nuovamente per 3 volte. Affinché tutto possa essere di beneficio. Quindi andiamo a fare la preghiera effettiva, la parola Vashidama Siddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie. Abbiamo già preso il rifugio, quindi abbiamo la nostra motivazione di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti e andiamo a ripetere per 3 volte la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti Gana, dalla malattia e dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza che sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente da un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 reami superiori, per il potere della Dakina, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche dei preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Di nuovo, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come danni causati dagli spiriti Gana e dalla malattia dei bhutas, e dagli elementi di non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come il macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separi il corpo dalle mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri che come fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano probabilmente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere della Dakina, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Quindi ancora per l'ultima volta la preghiera affettiva. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti Gana e dalle malattie dei bhutas e dagli elementi che non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta ad essere lacellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte, e dalle 80.000 classi di differenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru dei 3 reami supremi, con il potere della Dakina, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Allora adesso andiamo a pacificare le paure delle carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli esseri viventi, tu che con il consapevole vittorioso hai completato le 2 accumulazioni, le assemblee condottieri del Buddha Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Prateka Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini e guardiani del Dharma delle 10 lezioni di divinità delle ricchezze Yaksha e signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito, possa con amore gli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati, se sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, della fame, della sete e della povertà, far sì che accada una pioggia e tutti i piaceri attratti siano necessari e ottenuti, come gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria, deletta e così via, nella terra, nelle nevi e del mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazione e così via. E per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle colture e dei raccolti che siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento, per poter aver fatto queste intense preghiere con profonde suppliche e con la forza dell'amore e della compassione possa il leone delle malattie, dei combattimenti, delle casterie essere pacificato e possa possedere una lunga vita felice e libere dalle malattie, per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibile verità che di causa ed effetto possano gli insegnamenti del virtuoso diffondersi e aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere pienamente la completa illuminazione. Adesso andiamo a pacificare il pericolo delle guerre. Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente che osserva tutto virtuoso, Yaksha irato, Tara completamente pura e così via, solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti in tempo di prosperare le 5 generazioni sono aumentate dalla sofferenza intensa da conflitti di lotte causate da esplosioni con un grande oceano di karma, negativa e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano di tutta la forza della vostra saggezza, completando la compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di netto e amorevole gentilezza degli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco del padre e della madre, così possano aumentare la felicità del buon auspicio, sconfiggendo la moltitudine degli spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuum mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella forza della usura. Da ora in poi possa venire mai più questa regione. Per favore fate che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti nella guerra da ora in poi abbandonino il karma cattivo e le cause e gli effetti, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra dell'abitudine e condurre tutti gli altri presenti nella terra pura. Per favore fate che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano lunga vita, senza malattie, possano frequentare tutti i litigi e complimenti e godere di odierici virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti e avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli ambienti, per la realtà ultima e pura natura. Cause ed effetti sono infallibili che possiamo dotare la realtà ultima e per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente dei rari e sublimi. Possano queste pure stese preghiere essere realizzate. Bene, andiamo a fare queste dediche tutti insieme. Gewadi Nyurdoda Lama Sangha Durjone Drova Chicha Marupa Te Salakopasho Chancho Sencho Rinpoche Magye Pana Geguchi Kepanyam Pame Payan Gunne Gundum Pewasho Dagzu Chinye Sampenge Wadi Tendandro Akula Campedan Kepache Sullo Sandrampai Tempegni Turu Shenjesho Jamper Pavo Chita Kepadan Guntun Sampodiya Deshinte de dangue gelo saluci gewadi da tancherantungo dusun chimpe dewa tanchenke goa gola soju kapadi dagwe gewa sawadi kumkya sampu chochura duwagi gari rawenko we chkandir pedan dewa maru chuene chere singwanten singetsoi shape site bartu tengyushi duksun jashin jangonge we ten sikope kuntun dumputse Joseku ele rundrumpa da Thank you, everybody. Hello, Dancho.
Hello, Venerable Tashi. Do you know
Hello.
what? I'm trying to think whether we ever actually crossed paths in prayerathon. I think it's the first time you and I've met, or have we met before?
Okay.
I think it's the first time you and I have met. It's so wonderful to see you.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
it's thank you for leading such beautiful prayers. And
Thank
even you know, for those of us who don't speak Italian, you just can feel, you know, the energy. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I hope.
you. Good prayer.
Okay, thank you very
Goodbye.
much indeed.
Bye. See
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Okay. Wow, it's always nice. I mean, it's been going for over a year, prayerathon, and it's really lovely that you would think we get to cross paths on a more regular basis sometimes, and we do with some of the leads, and sometimes depending on other commitments, we don't cross very often, but it's still so wonderful, you know, to make these new connections. And I think that to me has been one of the blissful things with prayerathon, that we actually make connections. Connections as a Sangha, as a global community, so the IMI here, and across the time zones and wherever, you know, the leads are, where, you know, in this case also Chenrezig Institute, who's hosting us from Australia, and, you know, the wonderful team there. We have, you know, office staff in Canada and here and there, and it's just a wonderful international feel to it all. And you know, and I think that is something we can take as a positive, you know, even though the reasons why we started meeting with the pandemic may not have been the joyous ones, because you know, everyone was like, okay, what do we do with the pandemic? You know, how is it going to end? And you know, the worries that arose, whether people and friends and family, you know, getting sick, maybe passed away, the socio-economical implications that were around, and are maybe still around in some parts, you know, because of the long knock-on effects. And but again, it is something that we can take a degree of joy in, that actually as a collective, you know, we're not alone, you know, that we, you know, as a community, as a wider community, that we have come together and, you know, decided, okay, we're going to do something, you know, even if it's just sending out healing energy and saying prayers for those who feel otherwise, you know, lost and forlorn and all of this, and even maybe for our own sanity to have something to focus on, to channel our energy on, to channel, you know, and recognize that by us being able to do these prayers, we might be in a better position than some. And, you know, and that, you know, showing that care in itself can already be quite healing. And that's before you even start thinking about, okay, what's within the prayer itself. If you believe in the prayer, if you have the energy in the prayer, if you have the focus in the prayer, of course, you send completely different vibes. So again, it becomes very important that we think about what we say and how we say it, now how we pray, and we don't just rattle it down and, you know, it's just, yeah, okay, I'll do this quickly so I can have my, I don't know, steak or whatever, you know, it's, you know, lunch prayers. And it's just really being there, being in the moment, really channeling that energy. And I think that that's what I really enjoyed very much from all the leads across, you know, the 24 hours that we're running every week, and for the past 70 or so weeks that we have been going. It's been a really, really blissful experience on that level to observe, and also to see so many of you return and join us online. You know, sending us messages, and knowing that, you know, some of you watching Gompas or in collectives, you know, in little groups at home. So it's really, really wonderful, you know, that some of you also up maybe in the middle of the night just watching, you know, something that happens on the other side in daylight, or vice versa. And it's just really, really, really nice. So thank you very much to everyone, to each and every one of you who has been so wonderful and supportive throughout this whole experience, and making prayerathon what it is today. And we hope that, you know, we have been able to manage to give you that that family feel and the warmth. It surely has for me in many ways. You listen and you see, you know, the support that you give to some leads in particularly where there may be language concentration, where we have, for example, the Italian and the French or the Spanish, where they have maybe fewer hours in the day. But even there, within those limited time slots that they allocate, there's so much wonderful support, and it's just really, really great to watch. So thank you to each and every one of you out there. And I see Anna. I see you again. Hello, Anna. Lovely to see you. And Ginny, if you're listening, hello. And Shanti and Sarah, some of the regulars that we often have on YouTube, and some of you listen to us live, and some of you later on as a recording. So whatever time of day, whether you're with us live or as a recording, hope you get the benefit out of these sessions. And so yeah, we got what, just over 20 minutes left. You see, I'm talking. Sometimes I'm talking too much, but it's nice. It shouldn't be just rattling down prayers sometimes either. It's nice to keep it personal and just make it something, and sometimes just things even between certain sessions, something happens that sort of inspires your mind to say something, and it's just sometimes, again, watching what other leads are saying and comments that are coming in. So yeah, thank you very much to everyone. Okay, so if we do for motivation purposes, let's recite the 4 immeasurables. Let's take a breath first. Take a few deep breaths. Just channel the focus again. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. I forgot to say, in case you're wondering, Damsha doesn't look anything like Venerable Sarah. Venerable Sarah was supposed to have this slot, but she's a very lucky nun. She's attending teachings with Rinpoche, and Rinpoche seems to be in great form. It's still going on. So she said it's very difficult right now. I said that's fine. So there's a second slot later that she may be here for. We have to see, how Rinpoche runs. Anybody who attended Rinpoche's teachings, it can be, quite a while once he's in the flow. So bless you, Venerable Sarah, and everyone who said the teachings. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. And if you had the initiations, feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone disinclined to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light that shows compassion for all beings. And if you visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with that great love and compassion for all beings. And as the light enters, all the negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes are being purified, washed away, burned away, scrubbed away. All the nasty karmic smells and stains and tastes are being removed as well. So a thorough deep clean. As more and more of that light enters our bodies and purifies away more of our true nature, Buddha nature is being revealed. The side that is filled with love and compassion for our beings. There are so many lifetimes through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We have covered it all up. by having had wrong thoughts, wrong speech, wrong actions. We've contributed to bad feelings and pain and suffering for so many beings, and in return to ourselves. And it becomes so clear to us now that we're beginning to shed the weight and the grime and the stench and the taste of all that negativity. Looking at all Mother Sentient beings enjoying the same bliss of happiness, of rejuvenation, being cleansed, being purified, being freed from all the suffering. We recognize that deep down we are the same. We all just want to be happy and healthy, live long and healthy lives. Just live in happy existence and get on with everyone, not having to worry about what they think, what they say, how they treat us. Make the pledge that from now on we will engage in wholesome action that benefits other beings. And we take it a step further. We take in refuge in the Guru with that mindset. And we call upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in doing the same. All sentient beings, my mother so infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And they can refuge. The Guru is pleased that somebody have answered the call. And the Guru smiles. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel that purifying light, like intensifying more and more. And really giving us that last deep clean, that final scrub, the polish that really brings out all that shiny stuff. When you sort of finely polish brass or silver, you get rid of all the initial grime that came to the surface, and you actually can see, the lovely shiny substance. And that's us. And we return that light. We're being filled with that light, and we return it to the Guru, and we return it to all Mother Sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and others. Becoming this one light with the Guru, the one compassion, the one mindset that wants to free all Mother Sentient beings. We are all one. And in a way, some of you who know that, like, sometimes see a sort of movie reference. If you think about the Musketeers, all for one and one for all. We all want everyone to be happy. Don't leave anyone behind. We put in the collective effort, to make sure that all beings are happy and free from suffering. That's our ultimate gain, to free them, to liberate them from suffering. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we visualize again how we continue to exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings, and remembering that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both our defiled state, and also the ultimate holy aspect of body, speech, and mind that we aim for, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to achieve that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion and combine those in Om. So keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with all beings. Hu mani padme hu mani padme hu mo mani padme hu 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 mani padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults and made the pledge to from now on engage, as much as we possibly can, allowing our skills to develop in wholesome actions so that we can benefit our mother sentient beings. Having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit our mother sentient beings. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We recite the prayer 3 times. May all the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the body or about to enter the body be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who are suffering hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome that type of suffering and return to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And may sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time, really from the bottom of your heart, may all the sources of suffering, particularly those caused by the pandemic, be destroyed. May all beings be returned to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suffering, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, a quick look. I'm mindful of the time. I know that my dear brother Venerable Elio and his support network are signing in, which is always wonderful. As I said, it's always wonderful to see the great support that our brothers and sisters are getting, in their sessions. It just gives me really, really great joy. Okay, dedications. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they never be separated from the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, or may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to all the wonderful Sangha who, through engaging in studies and giving teachings and carrying out translation work, preserve the Dharma in so many ways and traditions. May all our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma, live long and healthy lives, never be separated from virtuous friend, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy the company of this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our wonderful lay community, who through their kindness, by giving their time, expertise, and financial support to projects and centers to ensure that the Dharma can flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha and virtuous friend. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and continue to guide us in this in our future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of Solens, the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, so that we can access and listen to his teachings. And hopefully we'll never be separated in this in future lifetimes from his presence. May be reunited with his people in Tibet soon, and all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with his prayerathon to engage more deeply in our practices to benefit mother sentient beings, and by doing so has brought the community of the IMI Sangha much closer together as a family, joining in the practices, and also joining with the global community who are following us so diligently and frequently via Zoom and YouTube, online, at live, or as a recording later on. Thank you to all of those. Due to all these matters of these virtue sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru, Buddha, and lead all living beings without exceptions to the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the matter of these of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all danger of earth, what if I wouldn't be pacified immediately? May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. we we shingandi pendang de wa malu jo ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape si te badu thank you chi Tubzu shang jing yam gun gawe ten jing gun pawe kunzo do po te chok som ke we like moon to do pa dak sok the huje gun do shant ten show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support throughout all the sessions, mine and the sessions of all the wonderful Sangha for the next, for all the 24 hours that we're here, for your wonderful feedback and emails online, and the little messages are coming through. So thank you very much, much appreciated. May you all have benefit in the sessions that we do. Please remember that these sessions are absolutely free for everyone to attend. If you do feel you want to make a donation, that's fine. There's a donation link there, but it's not compulsory. We need to stress that. Unfortunately, there seems to have been a wrong turn on my part in the use of language that may have led people to believe that it is compulsory to donate, which is not the case, so that you only welcome if you donate. That is not true, and I need to correct that. If I made such a statement, I could trawl through this, but I take the message that I received at its value, and if I've caused anyone to feel not wanted here, that is not true. We very much welcome all your support, and what we're doing here is for the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. That includes you, me, Venerable Elio, and everyone who joins us and contributes with their merit to the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. So much love to everyone, and without further ado, Venerable Elio.
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Lovely to see you.
Ok. Allez, on va commencer. Donc, je vais commencer par le partage d'écran. Et voilà, comme d'habitude, faut que je retrouve. Voilà, donc Raja. Voilà. Eh bien, bonsoir tout le monde. Voilà, donc on va commencer cette pratique comme d'habitude. Donc cette pratique comme d'habitude, nous la faisons avec la motivation de guérir le monde de cette pandémie qui sévit actuellement. Nous la faisons à la demande de Lama Zopa, qui a trouvé que c'était une façon utile de venir en aide aux êtres. Et donc, nous sommes très contents de nous joindre à cette pratique. En même temps, pour nous-mêmes, c'est une façon de pratiquer proprement dit, c'est une façon aussi d'accumuler des mérites, c'est une façon de parcourir le chemin spirituel, donc elle est utile aussi bien pour les personnes pour lesquelles nous faisons cette pratique, pour toutes les personnes dont on ne va pas dire le nom ce soir parce qu'on ne le lit jamais, mais il y a des tas de personnes qui nous ont demandé des dédicaces. Cette pratique, elle est utile pour tous les malades, elle est utile pour essayer d'enrayer cette pandémie, dont on dit que petit à petit, en ce moment, ça recommence de nouveau à empirer. Donc voilà, plus que jamais, il faut continuer cette pratique. Et puis, elle est bonne également pour nos mérites personnels, parce que ça nous permet justement de pratiquer le dharma, d'avoir un esprit un peu plus tourné vers la vertu du fait de ces activités. Et donc comme d'habitude, avec cette motivation pure et grâce à Thangtong Gyalpo et la compassion infinie de Chenrezig, on va faire cette pratique pour dissiper l'ignorance des êtres afin de guérir le monde de cette pandémie. Alors, je voudrais augmenter la grosseur des caractères parce que je trouve que c'est petit. Voilà. On commence par la méditation sur les 4 Pensée incommensurable. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, on commence par visualiser Chenrezig, donc au-dessus de notre tête et de celle des êtres existant dans tout l'espace. Nous voyons un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, la lettre Ri, de laquelle apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Il est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. De ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Le Bouddha de lumière infinie couronne sa tête. Il est assis. Ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine, c'est la posture du lotus. Il est adossé contre une lune immaculée. Et donc, en essence, il représente l'ensemble de tous les refuges. Maintenant, on va passer à la... J'espère que vous voyez le texte de la pratique. Voilà, je vais l'agrandir un peu. Voilà, on y est. Donc maintenant, on est dans la pratique proprement dite. Tous les êtres, même mères aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, même mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, même mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, on va réciter les mantras. D'abord en mala. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Et donc maintenant, on va réciter la prière proprement dite en intercalant des mantras entre chaque paragraphe, comme d'habitude. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, telle un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, C'est par le corps de l'esprit à l'instant, le plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse dédicace et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Maintenant, on recommence. Puisque toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirés dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être immédiatement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Maintenant, on va pouvoir dire la dédicace. J'espère que vous m'entendez, parce que j'ai l'impression que je ne parle pas fort. Alors, nous sommes prêts pour la dédicace. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ces actions vertueuses, puissais-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce aux mérites du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créés par moi-même, aux mérites des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui eux aussi sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre. La prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gori rawe kowe chinkabdi pendang dewa manu jongweni Chenrezig Yatsoi Chapecite Pardo Tenyuchi. Et la prière de longue vie pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, avec ça, nous avons terminé la pratique. E Agatha è là, quindi Agatha è arrivata e quindi è il turno tuo. Accendi il microfono che l'hai spento. Eccola.
Ecco, ci sono. Grazie.
Grazie a te e quindi ci vedremo prossimamente. Ciao, ciao.
Senz'altro, grazie, ciao.
Ciao, tout le monde. Voilà.
Ciao a tutti, sono Agatha del centro Chamchucholing di Polava, un centro fondato da Geshe Topten. Grazie di cuore per essere qui questa settimana. Nonostante tante difficoltà siete riusciti a partecipare a questa grande preghiera, a questa grande maratona che è di, come dice Lama Zopa, avrà zilioni di meriti. E quindi vi ringrazio per essere qui e rigioite per avere questa grande opportunità e di partecipare a questo karma collettivo soprattutto. Ma ora procediamo subito con la purificazione delle nadi, la purificazione del respiro, così il nostro corpo, parole e mente avrà la giusta posizione per poter cominciare questa pratica. Quindi chiudiamo la narice destra con le dita della mano destra, inspiriamo con la narice sinistra e alla fine deglutiamo cercando di rimanere, trattenere un pochino l'aria all'altezza dell'ombelico. Poi espiriamo con forza tutta l'aria e pensiamo che l'aria la visualizziamo come l'aria che ispiriamo è assolutamente bianca, pulita. Immaginiamo che entra l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco, aria, e anche tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce. E con questa sensazione di benessere tratteniamo l'aria per qualche secondo all'altezza dell'ombelico e poi la facciamo uscire dalla stessa narice, sempre a sinistra, e sotto forma di fumo nero. E immaginiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, la paura che in questo periodo ci fa dubitare, ci fa avere dei dubbi, appunto, e tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce attraverso attraverso questo fumo nero e viene mandato lontano, lontano. Quindi facciamo questa pratica per 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi purifichiamo entrambe le radici, entrambe le narici. Quindi cominciamo, inspiriamo. Cambiamo narice. Ora con entrambe le narici. Bene, adesso ci sentiamo un pochino meglio, possiamo fare la pratica più concentrazione. Allora pensiamo alla motivazione, perché siamo qua, perché vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. E questo cosa significa? Pensiamo a tutti gli esseri senzienti e pensiamo alla loro situazione reale, che soffrono tantissimo, e quindi cerchiamo di avere un obiettivo, che è quello di liberare tutti quanti dalla sofferenza e dargli felicità. E ricordiamo tutti quanti senza distinzioni, amici, nemici, estranei, tutti vogliono essere felici, anche chi non conosciamo. E quindi meditiamo un attimo sulle 6 cause e un effetto. Pensiamo prima di tutto che tutti gli esseri sono stati nostre madri, e quindi ricordiamo la loro gentilezza quando sono stati nostre madri. Sorge questo sentimento di voler ricambiare la loro gentilezza e desiderare che loro possano essere felici e abbiano